What is up, everybody? It is your boy T Mac, and I am back for day number 2 in Niagara. This time we are live with Fusion World. So today is going to be the Fusion World Regionals, and we have a whopping 146 players here. So we're going to have 8 rounds, potentially, or until one undefeated comes first. So we're going to just dive straight into our match here, and what we have an interesting match here. So I haven't been playing too much of this meta here right now, but um, we're going to be looking into a double Halo coup here, and I've been doing a little bit of research on this deck, and it seemed pretty fun. A lot of shenanigans to be had for sure. Basically, both decks are going to be looking to control the board by doing a bunch of cost reduction, and then being able to use things like such as the Great Saiyaman, the Final Hope Slashes, Absolute Lightning to basically control the board and finish out the game with that Vegito secret there that is super strong. So here we're just seeing a classic setup here, setting up that Orange Star High School. Basically can pay to place the card into the drop and then search the top three, get a 4 cost release, Satan City, and then put the rest to the bottom. So very good start here. So this deck to me seems like it wants to play that mid-game plan. Like you want to kind of just get your body, establish them on the board, and then go from there. Um, a lot of tools that it has at its disposal as well. It is using that peel off. Everybody knows who plays Fusion World that that peel off can be very nasty, especially being able to recycle pretty much any Earthling card, which this deck is predominantly a lot of them. So it's very good in cycling like that. So here we're just gonna see a vanilla Videl just come down, get into swings here, and just passing it back over. Um, yeah, very interesting deck to say the least. And on top of it, the leader is what really makes it interesting. The leader has some shenanigans to be had as well. Basically being able to say, hey, once per turn on your opponent's turn, you get to switch one of your battle cards to rest mode, and then you can give it a plus K, a plus 10K. But the real juice is when you get to the when attacking, you get to draw 2 cards as well. So you get to place one, and then you trash one as well, or you put it to the top of your deck. Sorry. So here we see the Eraser come down. The Eraser just being that 1 cost, being able to look at the top 5 and basically pulling out a card. And then we see that lovely full art of the Orange Star High School there. Beautiful card. All right, so just passing it back over to Grip here. And on this 3 curve here, a lot of things can be done here. Um, the thing with this mirror, I think, is as well is because you want to be bouncing stuff back to hand. Like your opponent is also going to be getting value from those things over again as well. So you kind of don't want to be bouncing things. You kind of want to just kind of go a little bit more aggressive, I think. So kind of putting that pressure on your opponent. But we'll see here, and here we see the Videl come down. So this 1 cost Videl has the beautiful effect of you can bounce it back to hand, reveal the top card, and then if it's a Satin City, you can play up to 1 Videl with a cost of 2 or less, um, and then you can't play any more Videls for the turn. And then you also see Grip here using that you prefer girls with short hair, just being able to activate main. If you have 3 or more cards with Satin City traits in your battle area, you get to draw 3 cards, and then you get to place 1 card back on the top of your deck. So yeah, so just going to use that Final Hope Slash here, being able to buff that Videl swing, and then using that um, to bounce back the other 2 cost Videl, and now is going to use the tag out to bring that Videl back um, to play another Videl onto the board. And just this 1 cost Videl does put in a lot of work because you see that that pressure is what you need. Like just being able to play that 1 cost Videl, use the Final Hope Slash, buff it up, get in a damage, and then just using that effect to bounce it back and then play a 2 cost Videl. It's very reminiscent of the the Ginyu play that you would do in FBO1, where you would use that Ginyu to basically churn out extra value. But it's a little bit different, but quite similar indeed. And both players are going to be looking to do pretty much the same thing. And here we are going to see that four cost Sun Gohan Adolescence. So if you have three or fewer cards in your hand, or seven or fewer cards in your hand, you get to choose up to two of your opponent's battle cards with a cost of three or less and place them to the bottom of the owner's deck. So you see here he drops that and is able to bottom deck that Videl. So the Videl not getting too much value, and then just going to go in for swings here. Going to go in with the Sun Gohan Adolescence at 30K, and then just going to pass it back over. So now Haloku is the grip player is is on 4 life here, so he can awaken at any point in time here. And here we're going to see another Videl come down, and just setting up for these shenanigans with this Videl here. And then following it up with their Hercule. Hercule has the one attacking, you get to reveal the top card. If it's Satin City, you get to choose up to one of your opponent's card and reduce it by 2. So usually you use this. This would be used to kind of like reduce the cost of like a big thing, getting it onto a threshold so you can deal with it efficiently. There's a lot of cards in blue that can like deal with 4 costs, so forth, so on. So this is definitely used to get rid of things very, very easily. And I wouldn't be surprised here if we see a swing with the Hercule and then using another final hope slash to indeed bounce it back to hand. But we'll see what's going to happen here. So what's going to happen here is we're going to see that Sharpener come down. So Sharpener has the lovely effect of you get to reveal the top card. If it's a Satin City, you get the next time you use an extra, you get to reduce the cost by 1 blue. And following it up, just using that Great Saiyaman, being able to choose one of your opponent's card with equal or less to the amount of Satin City cards that you have on your field, and then you get to place it to the bottom of the owner's deck. So being able to just place that that Sun Gohan Adolescence. It's kind of funny that using the Great Saiyaman to put the Sun Gohan Adolescence to the bottom of the deck, a little bit of a flavor fail there, but that is perfectly okay. And that Sharpener there, just being able to reduce the cost, very similar. So here we're going to see an Awaken come down on the side of food. And then just going to use the effect of the Awaken there to rest that one active battle card, and then boom, becoming a 30K. So very, very good Awaken. And now both leaders are Awaken here. So all right, so we see another Eraser coming down, looking at that top 5, digging for some pieces here. It's like quite a few options too. We do see another Sun Gohan Adolescence in the side there. Yep, and he decides to add that there. That card is very, very good. Just being able to bottom deck 2 things, and not only that, being able to apply pressure. So it does double duty here. And here we're going to see a Sharpener on the side of food as well. And now that means the next card that he uses event-wise is going to be reduced by 1 blue. And it looks like it was a leader swing into the Videl, just easily comboing out of that. And then going to use that You Prefer Girls with Short Hair. being able to draw three and then putting one back to the top. Yep, and then there we're going to see on the side of food. Food's just going to end up using a great Saiyaman of his own, and then going to drop another Eraser. Just looking at that top five again, just digging just to see what he can get here to deal with this pressure that Grip is putting on him. And Grip looking like he has a good grip on the game at the moment. Um, but don't count out yet because remember, at least once per turn, Haloku will be going up to a 30k, so it will be able to protect off of one swing. But it really comes down to the all-star of the deck, the big finisher, and we're bound to see it at some point, but still a few turns away from seeing that there. So we're gonna go up to a 5 energy on the side of Grip here, and honestly, that's the thing with these blue decks, right? Because you have so much draw potential and so much cycling, you get so much resources to do things, right? You're looking at all the cards. You're seeing a lot of cards in your deck going back and forth. And here we see the Videl come down. Videl going to, doesn't look like he's used the effect yet, so maybe we see him floating the peel off there, going to reveal the Sun Gohan Adolescence. He just ends up using the Sharpener effect, and now I'm not sure what card that is there. Oh, that's just the alt art of the Vidal. Okay, yeah. So when attacking, uh, if you guys don't know, 7 card if you were in hands, you get to add up to one non-blue Videl card with a cost of 3 less with Earthling in its special traits from your drop to your hand. So good recycling here. Going to swing with this Videl here. Going to use that Final Hope Slash, um, and then bounce the Videl. And man, that combo is so gross. Especially being able to buff this small Videl here, then using that Videl effect like we saw in an earlier turn. Boom, going to reveal, um, and then able to replay that Videl, and then bada bing, bada boom. Now getting that Son Gohan Adolescence into hand, and then boom, playing it off that, and then ooh, grimy work. So yeah, so end up using that 2 energy off the Orange Star High School to pay for it, so he can then get the 4 cost Sun Gohan, and able to bottom decking 2 of the erases, um, and then and that's what this matchup is all about. It's a lot about the tempo, tempo, just controlling the board, doing what he needs to do, and it's just like I said earlier, Grip has just basically had a grip on this game for the whole time. He's just been going back and forth, using the Videl, looping the Videls, and it's like your whole deck is basically a peel-off loop, which is, and we haven't even seen the peel-off come out yet. Add that into the mix, and then it is a non-stop barrage of goodness here. Um, so yeah, this board state right now is looking pretty strong. But in this mirror, like that's the thing, right? One deck can do it, the other one can too, right? So it just depends on what food has here in his hand. If he can see the pieces that he needs to deal with this board state right now. So just going with a leader swing. So this is just going to be a 5 swing with the Hercule. Going to use that Hercule effect. And then going to bring that Sun Gohan Adolescence down by 2 cost, and then tapping out here, and then Yep, here comes a Son Gohan of his own back into the swing of things, and both that Videl and the Son Gohan adolescents going to the bottom of the deck, and now it's back on the side of Food. Food has the tempo in his hands now, getting rid of two bodies, and now going to use it to come in for a 30K swing at lead. Um, Still pretty safe though, right here. Just going to end up using a super combo. Ooh, that is very, very telling of what is potentially in hand here. Using a super combo on a 30K swing is a little bit iffy, but that is okay for now. So just checking how many cards in hand, and that looks like 4 cards in hand there. All right, so this Hercule is going to use is going to swing into the into Food's Hercule here. Just going to use that Eraser to combo out, and just comboing out, protecting this Hercule, recognizing that he has to kind of keep it on board um, to be able to deal with things. So this is going to be, I would assume, a lead swing into that Herc. But just deciding here, since he's already committed, nope, he's just going to go, it looks like straight to lead. Yep, just deciding what he wants to combo here. So this is going to be a 40K swing onto lead. Just going to add that card in the hand. And this is going to be a full 6. And now we're going to see that Vegito come down. And this Vegito secret is one of the stronger cards in the game. So basically, it has the permanent of when you have 0 cards in your deck, that does not cause you to lose the game. And then this card gets plus 10,000 power. And then activate main, you can switch it to active. And then you are able to place 5 cards to your off the top of your deck to your drop, and just being able to restand it. And there we see a big swing, and this was a big push turn here, but saving that Hercule so that Hercule can do some work, bring that Vegito secret down, and maybe he has the removal in hand to deal with it. But the longer that card stays on board, the more pressure on the side of Grip is going to be running away with this game. So a lot of work here to be done on the side of Food. Food will need to have a response for this, or it might spell doom. So here we see the second Hercule come down. So this is actually a very good setup here. Can bring that Vegito secret down to a cost of 2, and then potentially can do it. But we do see here he draws into that absolute lightning. So he does have a response for it if he wants to commit his full turn to dealing with it. Yep. So here we're going to see a Hercule swing here um, into the Hercule. Yep. Just going to let it go here. So that's a -2. So that Vegito secret is now at a 4 cost. Yep. Just revealing the same. So that's now going to be a, yep, bouncing that Hercule here. And this is just going straight to lead. Just having to decide here if he wants to combo out. Nope, just going to end up taking the life. And we do see here he also has that absolute lightning in hand. So actually going to tap. Oh, correction. He still had 4 left. So he was just able to straight up bottom deck with the Son Gohan adolescence that he had. And now just going to swing here, going in and bringing Grip down to 2 life. Has been a really back and forth game. And this is what happens in these blue matchups. It's just very, very grindy. You have to know what resources your opponent can potentially have. Obviously, you're playing the same deck, but um, you have to kind of respect everything here. And here we see Food was able to basically protect that Hercule and say, hey, I know you're going to go for a big turn this turn, so I'm going to come back with a bigger turn of my own to deal with it and hope that you don't have more resources. But the problem with that, though, is now Food only has, I believe that looks like two cards in hand in comparison to the cards that are in Grip's hand here. So here we're just seeing what has been played here. So he ended up using the Eraser to get a card to hand and just using that Sharpener again, and then playing that Videl now. Tapping one, going to use the You Prefer Girls with Short Hair, getting that draw 3, and then going to put one back up on top. Going to use Peel Off, and man, this is why Peel Off is such a strong card, especially in the late game here. Being able to pretty much recycle most of your deck here. Peel Off going to get that Peel Off, and this looks like it's going to be a game push here, because once Peel Off starts to come down, you know it's going to be Shenanigans. It's going to be a big swing. So those are also 10K combos as well. So depending on what's in Grip's hand right now, he can just go for a big swing and hopefully just push for game here. And because Food was being very aggressive in protecting that Hercule, he doesn't have a lot of cards to protect off of this. And now this is just going to be a swing here, draw 2, putting one back. This is going to be a 20K. And will he just dump hand here? Going to use Final Hope Slash with the 1 left, and also just going to combo the rest of the Peel-Offs as well. Plus, yep. And then how much is this? That is plus the Final Hope Slash. Yep. And then there's the GG. Doesn't matter. Too big of a number, especially using so many cards to protect that Hercule just to deal with the secret there. He recognized that Food recognized that the secret was going to come down there. And it was like, yeah, I need to protect here. But no, Grip was able to basically take that game there pretty well. It was very back and forth between both players, but Grip did see what he needed to see there. Seeing the secret really helped to churn out the end of that game, basically putting Food down to 1, so he was just able to deal with the last life just by using Peel Off. And man, if I had to talk about Peel Off all day, I could. That card has been such a menace since that one. Just being able to recycle a bunch of cards that you need. So you saw there he was able to recycle the Final Hope Slash, basically getting that boost and then just comboing off the Peel Offs at 10K counters. That card is so strong. Why is that card a 1-cost 10K counter that allows you to recycle if you have 7 or less in hand? Just super strong. So very well done by Grip. Grip will be going into the winner's side of the bracket right now, 1-0, and we still have a lot of Fusion World to go. So we did start off the round with a mirror, but hopefully we can see some of the new FBO6 leaders. Those are some other ones I want to see. I was doing a little bit of research beforehand because, like I told you guys, I'm not too familiar with this meta, but one that really stood out to me, being the green player I am, is the Broly BR. I would love to see some of that and see the spice that people are cooking up with that. I know King Goma has been really popular. That seems like a cool deck, being able to use those field cards and recycling them, and the Majin Ku, Majin Du engine as well seems really strong. So hopefully we can see some of that. And with FBO6, a lot of the older leaders still got a little bit of support. Broly being the main one of them, with that disgusting 9-cost Secret Broly being able to just basically say, hey, anything 2 or higher except this card. Reminiscent, if you guys play One Piece as well, of a Kaido, just being able to clear out pretty much anything on the board. Really strong, and no stranger to these regionals. We know we're going to see some droids probably later on as well. Anyways, I'm going to take a little break here. We'll be right back for the Fusion World Regionals here in Niagara Falls. My name is T-Mac, and we'll see you in a little bit. Welcome back, everybody, to round number two of this Fusion World Regionals. So right now we have Jiren versus the new Broly BR, and this is going to be super fun to see. I'm not too familiar with Jiren, but just going over a quick look at the Moose deck list, it's very tried and true to basically that red aggressive package that we know and love from the early couple of sets, and then adding in that Jiren SR, being able to protect itself from being KO'd once per turn, and then also being able to heal as well. So, very, very strong card to say the least. And then this new Broly BR is really interesting as well. Basically, going to be able to see that ramp package going into the tried and true green things that we know and love, and then being able to say, hey, this new 9 cost, I'm going to be able to drop it, clear the board. But with that Jiren ability, that will actually be able to protect that. And here we see that looks like the OG Broly BR, the 8 cost. We know how strong that is, being able to not only get that on-play draw card, you also are able to pop one card as well. So we see Jiren here start off just with a Piccolo, just being able to draw that one card, getting that card advantage early out. And it's really going to be interesting to see how Broly can pilot against this deck, because being able, with the protection effect, and only being able to take 1 damage per battle, so that double attack on that 9 cost Broly will only be able to hit for 1. And here we see the Tournament of Power coming out online here, just getting that set up pretty quickly. And now that Tournament of Power will be able to give a boost of plus 5k for any battle there that he shows so desire. And let's just look at the new Broly BR, because me personally, I'm a huge fan of Broly. I just think the character is really cool, and all of the cards in the game so far have been really interesting. So he has the when attacking on his front side, to draw 1 card, tried and true, and then end of turn you add the 1 card from your life to the top of your hand, and then he awakens at 4. You get to draw a card, and then on that flip side is where the real shenanigans start to happen. Is when attacking, you get to choose 1 Broly BR in your battle area, place it to the drop, and then if you have 4 energy, you can play up to 1 Broly BR with a cost of 1 greater than the card that was chosen from the skill, and place it in rest mode. So the thing that makes this Broly BR very, very interesting is that you can basically climb up in like a Broly chain to go higher and higher depending on uh, how much energy you have. And that's what's going to be the key here, because once you start to get to those big energy numbers and playing those big Brolys, you basically can climb. And the thing that makes all these new Brolys interesting, it has the on-play effect of saying, hey, if this Broly was to be on play, if when the Broly comes in, you get to restand it and then get a super strong effect as well. And then the Broly leader also has that activate main. Once per turn, you get to draw 1 card and then discard 1 card. So one of the big issues that Broly had in the OG, like when we were just starting out Fusion World, was the lack of card draw. Yes, you had good searchers and stuff like that, but you didn't have any good generic card draw. So having that good generic card draw on the leader on the flip side is just really, really strong. And it's I definitely gonna come up impactful here for sure. All right, so this is just gonna be swing at leader, going to get that basically that 1 card to hand, and that looks like Jiren is at 4 life there. So Jiren is going to be able to awaken at that 3 life there. And Red never scared to go for those early awakens here. And now this Broly is going to come down now, and this is the 4 cost Broly here that has the when attacking, you get to choose 1 battle card with a cost of 1 in your opponent's battle area and KO it. So luckily that Piccolo is no longer on the board, but it also has the permanent as well. If your leader is Broly BR, you get to add 3 costs to the cost. Add 3 to the cost of this card in the battle area. So you see the shenanigans that can definitely happen here when it comes to the leader, because now that is technically a 7 cost Yep, going to activate the effect is going to put that Broly BR, which is a 7 cost, and now the 8 cost Broly can come in, and this on play is going to be able to draw one card and KO that Gohan off the board, and that is so grimy. Gonna awaken here, draw that one card, um, and then ooh, grimy work here. So here we see not doing the tried and true green strategy 100%, but he still is able to go into an 8 cost Broly so early, and that 8 cost Broly is just nasty to have in the early game here. But on the side of Jiren, he does have a lot of cards in hand, so he will be fine. But that 8 cost Broly being on the board so early is really taxing and devastating. Uh, it's just going to put in immense pressure. And then next turn as well, he can potentially even go into that 9 cost Broly. And he's just looking to push damage here. So, yep, just going to end up getting that, looks like just a draw trigger there, just to see what he can go into. I'm not sure if that's the Kefla or that's the that was just no, I think that is the Kefla. So he's just deciding what card he wants to play here. Yep, so going to end up playing that Sun Gohan there. So the Sun Gohan from FBO2, if your leader's awakening, he gets plus 5,000 power, so it becomes 25. And then you, when attacking, you can add one card from your life to your hand, and then choose up to one of your opponents, and it gets minus 15,000. So a really strong card on the when attacking there. So this is going to swing. Depends on where this is going here. Yep, so just going to combo out of this swing here. Right, and it is just gonna let the card go finally after the swing, and now he's just gonna pass it back over, and at this turn, like basically being on going to your turn 5, and having a Broly out that can now swing twice. So yep, so it's gonna swing into the Kefla here. Yeah, deciding not to combo, and now what will be the play here? Because that's the thing, right? Right now the threat of the 9 cost Broly is still there. So he doesn't want to get pressured down by that 9 cost as well, because that could have been a double swing onto life, and then also going into the 9 cost Broly as well. But here we're gonna see, this looks like the 3 cross Broly coming down now. The 4 cost correction. And then this has the effect of when attacking, you get to discard one card from hand, and then you can play up to one battle card with a cost of one from your hand, and then add 3 to the cost of this card to the turn, so it goes to the 7. So this could be another 8 cost Broly coming down here. Yep, so gonna get the discard there. So doesn't have to play the one cost. He doesn't have to play the one cost card, but he will be able to add 3 to the cost. That's kind of what you want to do here. So now that Broly is going to be a 7 cost. All right, and gonna combo and protect that Gohan. Gonna use the leader swing, leader effect. Going to send that Broly, the 7 quote unquote 7 cost Broly, and now the 8 cost Broly is going to come down. And this is one of the newer Brolys from FBO6. And this one says permanent once per turn. This card cannot be KO'd once per turn. And then on play, you got to switch it to active. And then if your life is at 2 or less, you get you add the top card of your deck to your life. So basically, that's a 50K swing that is down the barrel there. And this is still a leader swing as well. And just the pressure with all these Brolys, it's just really, really strong. So this is going to be 50K into that Gohan as well. So definitely going to need some work here to catch back up into this game. And man, this Broly deck is super, super interesting. You guys do know I love green in a nutshell when it comes to pretty much any Bandai game. But like this deck, just being able to climb up into those Brolys, once you hit 4 energy, it's just super, super taxing to be having to deal with this barrage of Brolys, just one after the next. Again and again and again, just coming at you. And it's just like, how do you deal with this? Red does have the removal, uh, has good removal, but to deal with this onslaught of not 1 Broly, but 2 Broly, and who says it's not going to be a 3rd Broly coming down next turn? Just has to read both Brolys. So we do know one of those Brolys is protected. The new 8 cost is protected. Cannot be KO'd once per turn. So it will be chilling. I believe if he is able to reduce the BP down to 0, it will get around that effect because it will add to a game-based action. But just a hard removal will not do it. So it's just like, how do you deal with this threat here? Maybe dropping it down in BP and then try to swing over it. And here we see the big boss man himself. We talked about this card very briefly, but let's dive into this card. It is going to be that Jiren. So this Jiren is a powerhouse, being able, also not being able to be KO'd once per turn, and then activate main opponent's turn once per turn. You take 1 damage, and if this card is in rest mode, you get to add the top card of your deck to your life, basically being able to heal, but he is a 30K body coming down. And then we also see that followed up with the Margarita. If you're on play, if your leader is awakened, you get to choose up to 1 of your battle cards, and it gets plus 10K power for the turn. So basically bumping up that Jiren to a 40K. So 40K here. Gonna come in, and where is this 40K going? I believe it's going straight to life. As he doesn't have the cards, unfortunately, to do a lot of comboing here. Red does really like red doesn't struggle as bad as some colors, but red does have an issue where it doesn't it can expend itself really really quickly because you are playing a more aggressive, especially if you're using this tournament of power engine there. Kefla is down to only 1, but still you want to be getting bodies onto the board, and especially with these Brolys here, like you have to be comboing out really really aggressively, and just being able to like say, hey, I'm going to swing up multiple times with 50Ks and 45Ks. Like, you have to protect your life or you're just going to end up losing really, really fast. So we just see here on the side of Broly just going to decide to take that life going down to 2 and is just going to pass it over. So Jiren is now on the board. So Jiren will be able to at the very least, take 1 damage and then heal back 1. So that's not the worst. Yep, so that's going to be a 45 swing to lead, getting that restand. So going to use that Jiren effect, it looks like. So going to take a damage here, heal the life, and it just gets basically gets another card. So going to also now use that Jiren leader effect as well. When you take a damage, you get to draw a card. So you see the synergy there. So basically, being able to say, "Hey, I'm getting two cards here to potentially combo out of a big swing." So here, another 45K swing is going to be coming down, and just showing that there is looks like six cards in hand. And still has four energy up as well, so still can play the combo that we've seen. Again, is that Jiren that Broly, that 4 cost Broly going up to a 7 cost and then just climbing up into the 8 cost there. So if he has another 8 cost in hand, he can definitely do that as well. He can also swing with the Broly first and then basically being able to use the effect. So if he does have that, yep. So here we're going to see him swing into. This is going to be um, a cheeky play. So here you see him swing in and then using that effect so it wouldn't be KO'd, and then is going to play this. Um, he's going to play this Broly here, and this Broly is going to send an energy to the drop. So going to tag out, and then here comes the new 9 cost Broly. Now this card is a powerhouse of a card, and let's talk about this one, right? So basically, on play, you guys just switch it to active mode, and then add the top card of your deck to your life, and then choose all characters with a cost of 2 or more in the battle area, and then KO them all except for him. But because that 8 cost Broly also has that protection effect as well, he was able to protect himself, and now this is going to be a 5,500 double strike. And man, what? Ooh, that was a Grammy play there for sure. And you see there, that was the play there. That play really took the Broly player. He played that so well, being able to swing into that Jiren and saying, "Hey, if you don't have the combo to protect this Jiren, I'm also going to clear this board." Right, and it's just gonna end up swinging the double strike here. Only gonna be able All right, so he's gonna play that Goku there, just gonna get that draw. Gonna swing here, gonna use that Jiren and that Goku in the combo, and then gonna tap the tournament power to give plus 5K. Just getting the cards off there. Yep, so just gonna scoop it up there, just with the GG. Yeah, that pressure that Broly was just able to put on the board there was just a little bit too much. So Brandon able to take that game there with the Broly deck, um, doing it really, really solidly, and just showing off the new power of that Broly deck. Just being able to say, hey, I can put these bodies on board, and if you don't have a way to deal with these bodies, you're just going to be able to get blown out of the water there. So very, very strong gameplay there, showing off the power of that new Broly. Very, very cool. Definitely a deck I really want to be looking into, but very well played on the side of J&E, trying to just go a little bit more aggressive, but just absolutely not able to deal with those Brolys. So we're going to take a little break here, ladies and gentlemen, going into round number 3. As I said at the start of the stream, we have a whopping 146 players here, so we're going to go more than likely to 8 rounds or until one undefeated. Definitely seen these tournaments and early before, but let's see what happens here today. So my name is T-Mac once more. I will be right back. Make sure you get some water. I'm going to do the same, and we'll be right back for round number 3. Welcome back, everybody. We are going into round number three. And finally, a match that I can talk about in depth a little bit because I know this matchup like the back of my hand. The last time we were in Niagara, we got to see it, and we are going to see it here again today. And to no surprise, it's going to be droids versus droids. And man, droids versus droids it's an interesting one. It is a very technical one because you have to see certain pieces that you need to see. Um, and one of the ones is going to be that four cost Android 1718, just being able to churn out and see how much energy you can get in a turn. Basically, going to be you need to see that. And here we see, just starting out on the side of Eamon's side is going to be that Dr. Giro basically being able to search for a droid, and he is going second here, getting that energy marker. So yep. So Chad's just going to swing in here and just passing it over. Going to tap two. Let's see if he decides to use the energy marker. He is going to use the energy marker. Going to use that gigantic meteor to ramp one. And then, yep, unfortunate on the side of Eamon there, adding in that Android 1718. You never like to see that, but it does happen from time to time. And this matchup, right, it really is going to come down to what do you see? Do you see the, like, first of all, having that four cost Android 1718 in the life, in the energy area is never good. And here we are, just going to end up using it to counter out. And then what's going to come down here? Speaking of Android 1718, gonna put two in and then get three Android cards back into the energy area there. So basically ramping, gonna swing, gonna end up countering out. And this early counter is not bad just because you are able to basically say, hey, I'm going to put these back into the energy and just ramp up. And uh, this is going to be a big swing here on the 20 and basically being able to take the life and ramp it in. Um, so very, very aggressive here. And then just ends up taking the life there and then passing the turn over. And this is what I'm talking about, ladies and gentlemen. That ramp is just going to be super, super strong. And a lot of these new Android lists are pretty much the same bread and butter, the good tried and true. But adding in a few tech cards, like some of the bigger green targets, and one of the big green targets being, to no surprise, you can definitely add in that 9-cost Broly that we talk about. Just being able to say everything on the board gets KO'd. Um, or you can also add in the Broly BR. I know a lot of lists have been running back that card into their list as well. Um, so yep, just going to ends up getting rid of that, and we see that Android 18 there, basically coming in and getting rid of the Android 1718, and no need to use cards to protect it just because you've already established. And if anything, you can just use another one to get it back into the energy line. And here we're gonna see how many cards that is. So this is just gonna be a 15K swing on to lead, and then gonna tap out. And that, speaking of that 8-cost Broly, gonna draw a card, able to KO um, the Android 18, and then going to draw a card, pop it, and then also getting that double attack swing. And we saw the last game how this 8-cost Broly just puts in a lot of pressure early here, and putting Eamon down to 4 and ends up having to super combo out of this here, and is going to have to ditch one more card as well. But that is perfectly fine, because if he can find that another Android 1718, he can basically ramp up, and that's the difference maker here. That early game ramp from Chad, just being able to say, hey, I have the ramp tools. You unfortunately had to put your ramp tools into the bin, into the energy line, just really, really sad. And seeing the fact that he's not actually getting up there, um, and it has to go digging here to see if he can find his tool. And it looks like he does end up finding it here, so he can finally get his ramp train started. And now this is going to be a game, ladies and gentlemen. Once this comes down, it's going to put 3 in, and then basically, yep, just going to go hard straight for it. No beating around the bush. Going to put 1, going to put 2, and then going to get back 1, 2, 3. So now that's 3 the active energy to reuse again. And this card is just so strong, and it basically makes droids what it is. And now you have to kind of decide what you want to set up here. Another Android 17, Android 18 coming down, gonna pitch 1, and then also now he is live for the 1 attacking. He gets to draw a card every time that card attacks. So that's how the droid list just keeps up that card advantage. And then now the leader also still can make a swing, because now the leader is also big as well. So this could be a swing going to go Burr. Now that's a 30K swing. When attacking, also gets to draw a card, and looks like he is going to buff it up. I'm not sure. I don't remember if that's the gigantic meteor or the destructive strength. Yep, I'm pretty sure that's destructive strength. So now that he's at 6, he can actually give it plus 25 to the leader. So this is 55. This is 65 going into that Broly. Going to super combo, and it's going to need 1 more card as well, and just stopping that big attack there. So now on the side of Chad, Chad can awaken next turn on his turn to also be 30K. And then let's see where this swing is going. This swing, it looks like it's going to lead. Yep, gonna awaken here. Gonna get that draw. Now is going to be a 20K, and just gonna have to pitch 1 here to combo out pretty easily. Now 9 energy on the side of Chad, and 1 card that can definitely come down here is that 9-cost Broly. So I wouldn't be surprised here if Chad just goes swing with leader, swing with Broly twice. Yep, so swing 1, restand. He's going to go swing again, and then the 9-cost Broly is going to come down here more than likely just to KO the board, and say, hey, bada bing, bada boom. And no surprise here, 9-cost Broly coming down. He will get to come down, and then gets the on play as well. You got to switch to active, and this is going to be double strike, and going to dump pretty much his whole entire hand here, no surprise, and just going burr, 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 and just saying, hey, man, you got it. Unfortunate. And good game on the side of Chad. And man, that game was a really quick game, just because that, honestly, that for that 4 cost of Android 1718, just super, super strong. And man, what a game there. Like, it's just going super, super strong, super fast, super aggressive, and holy moly. That 9-cost just putting in a lot of work. Once you get down to that amount of energy there, and just saying, hey, you can double swing, super, super strong. But that is what happens when you go real fast and get that RAM package online, and you also get that 4-cost, and that was the difference maker there for sure. So quick round, but that's how it goes sometimes in these Android mirrors. It just goes super fast. You see the RAM pieces that you need, and it is what it is. Anyways, round number 4 is going to be coming up, guys. Make sure you guys stick with me here, and we'll see if we can get another interesting match. Hopefully, we can get some more of those FB06 leaders and go from there. Anyways, next thing you know, will be in the nitty-gritty of the matches. So anyways, we'll be right back. Stay tuned, and we'll see you in a little bit. Lunchtime is over, and now it's time to get into back into the matches. And we have what we've seen here already, the Broly BR, the new FBO6, and now we have another deck that we a lot of people probably will know is the Gogeta. Or yes, the Gogeta. My apologies about that. Anyhow, so basically, black versus green. This is actually, funny enough, is going to be the first time I've seen this leader, this black leader, being played. Black brings something really interesting to Fusion World just by being able to basically, from what I've seen, Black uses the combo mechanic and just basically is able to abuse that, or it's either abusing the energy marker as well. So it's going to be very interesting to see how this pilot will traverse the threat of the ramp. And Broly being able to go second here is really, really good just because you get that energy marker as well. And you can are able to use that to ramp. You can ramp up if you need to, or you can use it to make a big game, big turn play. So it's going to be fun to see how this goes here. But these early turns usually are just going to be using those searchers just to find what they need to see, and just going from there. All right, so just going to do a leader swing here. Just going to go in for a cheeky little 1500 and just going to end up taking that. And then the end of turn, just going to add that card to life. All right, and it looks like the Broly player has just jammed a Nappa coming onto the board. So Nappa has the option to either on play add one card from your life to your energy in rest mode. The second effect doesn't really come up too often, um, but able to get in a 30K swing here, and then just gonna end the turn um, with that Broly effect, adding that one card to life. So now Broly is getting into the range where he can now awaken, and we did see earlier in the games there where that Broly, that flip side can be really, really grimy. And now he can definitely set up for next turn because he is at the 4 energy mark. So now going over into the 4 energy for Gogeta here, and Gogeta is going to look to do some shenanigans here. So definitely wanting to get into the uh, the big one being the Son Goku GT, if he can get that online, so he can be getting those energy markers and using the energy marker to basically gain effects here. Um, so just going in with the swing here with leader and just going to combo off one card. And it looks like Broly ended up taking that. So going down to 3, just to see a little bit more cards here. And then what's the play here? All right, so this is just going to be a swing with the Glorio here. All right, and then the Trunks is now coming down. So this Trunks here, on your opponent's turn, if you have an energy marker, your non-Trunks GT battle cards can't be removed um, from the battle area, and then on play, you get to add the top card of your life to your hand. So basically saying that this is going to protect his field here. You have to get rid of this Trunks first before you can do stuff. And then I'm not sure what the card that is at the end. These alt arts are just a little bit too blinding for me, but basically being able to protect the board. So we did see this earlier. So this is going to be a swing here. That is the 4-cost Broly. The one specifically that says if your leader is Broly BR, you can add 3 to the cost, and then you choose up to one of your opponent's battle cards with a cost of 1 or less, and then KO it. So he was able to he wasn't able to KO the body just because of that Trunks effect there, being able to protect. So Judge just making sure, Judge is on the table making sure that he did catch that. And then using that leader effect there, getting that awaken, and then going into that new ACOS Broly that we did see earlier there, just putting in so much work. So now not only will it not be able to be KO'd, he's also able to add the top card of his deck to life. So knowing that he was, he needed to see that, he was just being able to go into that ACOS there, getting that life back and just protecting his life total there. So he had really nothing to worry about. All right, so with that 5 energy uh, on access to the side of Alfonso there, he is able to now jam the Bardock. So the Bardock has double strike, and then you get to activate battle once per turn. If you have 2 or more cards in your combo area, you get to choose up to one of your opponent's battle cards and KO it. Um, so pretty strong effect, but that Broly does have that once per turn protection effect that it can't be KO'd. So this double strike Broly is looking like it's going to. I wasn't sure if he was going to leader or if he was going to the Broly. But there is 2 cards in front of there, so that is a 55K. So I think that is going to that Broly. Um, Trying to get rid of that Broly there, and it ends up going to throw 3 cards in front of it. Oh, actually, no. I think he was actually going at lead. That's why he ended up throwing the 3 cards there. My apologies. But anyways, just gonna pass it over there um, to the Broly BR player. And the fact that now you're kind of in the driver's seat. We did see last game as well, where when the Broly BR player was at this exact position, what he ended up doing is trying to go for the board by swinging that ACOS Broly in to the body on board and then following it up with a swing um, onto the body. So swing onto the body and then going up into that 9 cost again. So let's see if that's going to be the same course of action here because that Broly does have that once per turn effect where he can protect himself. So very strong combo from the side of Broly. So yeah, ends up going to take that life there. So this looks like going down to 2 life, going to use the main effect of the Bardock leader being able to draw 1, discard 1, seeing if he can dig into that 4-cross Broly. We do see here, though, on the side of the Broly player that he does end up having that 9 cost. So here we're going to see Boom go into that 9 cost. That 9 cost is, yep, that 9 cost is going to come down, ends up healing him 1, and also now with double strike, going to be able to get that. And let's see what the follow up here is. That looks like that is the Planet Vampa coming down now as well. And double strike, and it looks like he only has 2 life here. Gonna drop the Chilai. Chilai is going to end up taking that card to hand, trying to get as much cards to hand as possible here. Probably gonna look to push for game here, just because he has all the tools in the world right now. And yep, this is going to be a dump hand here. Um, just going to go straight for it. There is the plus. Yep, gonna burn the energy as well with the instant Kamehamehas. This is just going in for a lot, and I don't think there is a way that the combo can come there from the Gogeta player. And just taking it there, man, Broly BR has been on a tear today. Just being able to basically churn out these bodies on your 4 energy turn is just really strong. And man, just that new ACOS puts in so much work. Basically being able to say, hey, I'm not going to be able to be KO'd this turn. And then following that up with a 9 cost, being able to heal 1 and clearing the board is just really strong. And then the double strike with a big body, going in for it, and then just saying, hey, I'm going to draw all of these cards as much as I can on this turn, and then just go for the double strike win. Very well played by the Broly BR player, and unfortunately, we didn't get to see the big strength of Gogeta, but it is what it is, right? So, um, going into the next round, we are. If there are any matches that you guys would like to see on stream, let me know because we have quite a few decks here on the top half here. This was table number one, so these guys were undefeated going into this round. So we're gonna try to get a lot of diversity in the meta for the matchups and stuff like that. A lot of decks here. This is one of the first few events that has happened for this format, so it's going to be nice to see what decks end up cementing themselves as the top decks in this meta game, right? So, anyways, I'm going to take a little break. I'm actually going to go take a look at top tables and see what's floating around and get some information for you guys. So, if you guys have been sticking with me so far, I appreciate y'all for tuning into the stream. It means a lot, and I'll see you in a little bit here. All right, guys, welcome back to our Fusion World Regionals. We are now at round number 5, and these are the top tables. All right, so we have Mr. Alex Kim, one of my local homies, on that Vegeta from FBO2, and we have Gavin, who is on that Majin Buu train. So both decks are currently 4-0, and both looking to do kind of a similar strategy. So Vegeta being able to untap those 2 energy at the end of turn, and then Majin Buu on his flip side being able to say, hey, when one of my cards is KO'd, I get to restand an energy. So both gonna. This is definitely should be a grindier matchup. Um, we were actually talking about. While we I was picking the players here, and they were like, "Yeah, this definitely is going to be one of the grind fests here," just because both decks are looking to do somewhat of a similar strategy, but we'll definitely see how it goes. Also, while we wait for the players here to get ready, that being said, I did do a little bit of scoping at the top tables here, just to see what has been topping and what is currently 4-0. And I'm going to be honest with you guys, it is a lot of Halo Coup. I think I want to say predominantly this was table 4, I believe, and it was. Every table above that had a Halo coup, and then most of the tables also had a Halo coup as well. Um, I think the most interesting one would be that Broly BR. We did see Broly BR do well. We had our homie there from, I believe, last round that is still undefeated as well. Um, so that definitely is going to be interesting. One leader I did see is Vegeta Mini DA that was also undefeated as well. So that should be a fun one if he can win in this round. Maybe I'll try to get him on stream for next round. So um, we'll see what will happen over there. All right, so on 3 energy for the side of Vegeta here, and this is pretty much where the decks will probably differ. So on that 3 energy there, a lot of these new cards that have come out definitely helps this strategy as well. So let's say, for example, the Majin Ku, Majin Dude being able to discard a card. We did see that being used as well. Um, there's always the ever looming threat of a Golden Frieza if they're on that package as well. And you also have all the events that it can use too. So um, let's just see here what Mr. Kim decides to do. So it looks like he just went for the swing and actually just passed it over. So he does just have three energy just chilling there. And then here is going to be the swing with Boo, just going to get that one draw. Right, going to end up taking that life. And then 3 and 3 coming down. This is going to play out a Bobbity. So this Bobbity here on play, if your leader has Majin in its special traits, play up to one battle card with a cost of 3 or less and Majin in its special traits. And then when KO'd, if your opponent has 6 or more cards in his hand, they have to discard one. And it seems he was able to play um, the 3-cost Majin Buu Evil, which has the activate main once per turn, KO one of your battle cards to draw one card. And if your opponent has 6 or more, your opponent has to discard one. So a lot of discarding effects here on the side of Majin Buu, using basically this is going to be what we call a outlet to get rid of things on board and just getting value. Not only do you get to draw a card, it's not just kind of replacing, but you force your opponent to also start discarding cards as well and eating through their hand resources. In this matchup specifically, it's going to be a lot of that type of energy between both players, but um, Majin Buu will be able to do that a lot easier. But yeah, I know Alex how he plays and his deck build because, like I said, he is a local homie. He has a lot of cards that he plays just to get more draw and more card advantage. So let's see here what he decides to do with this potential 4 energy that he can use here. All right, so just going to start off with a leader swing. This is just going to be a 15, getting that draw 1. All right, and then just going to use that event there just to rest and then pop the boo. So, um, very good removal on the side of Alex Kim there. Just going to pass it back over. All right, and then boom. For 4, just gonna drop that Frieza there. So that Frieza, if I recall correctly, um, also has barrier, and the one attacking, you can pay to choose up to one rest mode battle card with a cost of 5 or less in your opponent's area, and then place it into its owner's drop. So very strong, coming in with a 30K, and Mr. Kim just takes that, and then going down to 4. So now he can Awaken, if I recall correctly, on that 4 life with a Vegeta, and will be able to start restanding 2 energy at the end of turn every time. So yep, gonna go in for the swing here um, onto this Frieza here. So gonna use that event card to boost up, and then also using the Psyche Demon to boost up his power there. So going to look to take this Frieza off the board. All right, and then it's just gonna use that super combo to go plus 20k. Yeah, sorry about that, guys. So we were just clarifying to see if Mr. Kim ended up drawing off of the event there, and he didn't end up drawing off of the event, so he was just making sure he could draw from that card. Alrighty, so sorry about that, guys. Just making like I was just making sure that I understood the game state. I just have someone in my ear here. Um, but the thing is, so during that sequence there, the event, the Vegeta event there, so the results of training was used, and the judge just wanted to clarify if the card was drawn because Mr. Kim was not sure if he did draw the card off of that. So I was just reviewing the footage just to make sure that the draw card did come off of that event. So that's why there was a long pause, and I also have someone in my ear. So now we can get back to it. Um, and that's the thing as well, guys. So this Majin Buu deck is actually really new to me. I'm okay with some of the cards, but I'm still new. So if you guys uh, realize why I'm pausing so much, it's just because I'm trying to also learn some of the cards on the fly as well. But I do apologize for that. But let's get back into this here. So here we see coming down is that that Janimba there. So that Janimba swing coming in onto leader and just going to end up countering out of that. Um, so big swing, big counter out, and let's take a look at what that Janimba does because, like I said, I'm not familiar with what that Janimba does, so I'm just going to read it over here. So on play, you get to add one card from your life to your hand, and then you get to switch one of your energy to active, and then you get to choose one battle card and then switch it to rest mode. So pretty strong effect there. So here we're going to see the Frieza now come in for that big swing with that 30K going on to lead. And now it's just up to Mr. Kim to decide if he wants to stop this attack here and go for it. All right, looks like he's just going to combo out. And then now just going to drop that sorbet just to get that one draw. And then just going to pass it over. So having two energy up, passing it over, and we see like on this kind of like back and forth thing, it's just both players are just leaving up a little bit of energy every turn just to be able to use those counter events and stuff like that. Now Mr. Kim has access to 5 energy. So we know he more than likely what's going to happen here. He is just going to, and it's. I think that's what what they were trying to explain to me when we started, is that this matchup is going to be a lot of play one body, pass, hold up, play one body, pass, hold up. Even I, like who not as seasoned in Fusion World, can understand, right? So it's going to be fun to see what these one body, two bodies are going to come down and just to see how they're going to close out the game, if the game will go to time and stuff like that. All right, so just going to use the sorbet to counter out there. Now, so Frieza is going to come in here, going swing for swing onto the opponent's Frieza, and just so many cards in hand. That's the one benefit of yellow, just having access to so many cards. As someone who plays green a little bit myself here and there, I don't I don't usually maybe because I'm not as seasoned as these guys, but I usually don't have that many cards in hand. I'm usually trying to protect stuff and see the best way I possibly can. But here we see coming down now what looks like that looks like a Vegeta. I'm not sure which Vegeta that is. If you guys in the chat can tell me what Vegeta that is, that would be great. A little bit of glare here, so I can't actually see that. But so it looks like he's just resolving the effects of the Vegeta there. All right, so it looks like that Vegeta went into swing there into the Frieza and then just end up countering out and then passing it over using that leader effect to restand the 2 energy. All right, so you guys are telling me that that Vegeta is from the starter deck and it attacks twice and kills a 4K. So that's pretty solid. That is a very solid card effect. Unfortunately, that barrier on that Frieza doesn't. It's kind of taxing because, like, in normal circumstances, you'd be able to carry out pretty much anything, but that barrier just saying nah, right? So that's pretty solid. Um, but here we're gonna see a swing with the Majin Buu going after the leader. Just going to combo out pretty easily. $30K swing going after the leader again. And is he going to put any cards towards this? Try to get some cards out of Mr. Kim's hand here. All right, and just decides to let the Vegeta go here. All right, and he's going to use that results of training to boost up, and then just going to get that 1 card draw as well. All right, so we did see this Bobbity earlier. Now I understand what this Bobbity does. Dropping the Bobbity and just dropping that Boo again. Just going to use that effect to pop the Bobbity to get that effect, forcing the discard here. And then it's kind of it's weird because the Frieza player does have a lot of cards in hand. So unless it's like a bunch of just good solid cards that he doesn't want to discard, like discarding the 1 card. Then again, you have games where it's just decided by that 1 card if you don't have enough combo. So I definitely can see here how Boo can definitely get that advantage, just denying cards out of hand, right? So pretty solid strategy. So yeah, they're just explain. If you see anything like it taking a little bit longer time, it's just they're explaining the effects to make sure the effects and the opponent understand what's going on here. All right, so he's just gonna discard a Bulma off of this here. Gonna use another results of training. So just boosting up here. Going at lead again. And then just gonna use that Psyche Demon to draw, and then just gonna pass it back over. So 30K swing on to leader, sorry. Uh, just gonna decide here if he wants to put any combo behind it. No combo though. So just gonna use that Psyche Demon to combo out of that swing there. And now, what's the line of play here for Mr. Kim? So, if guys in chat, if you guys want to talk with me, and let me know what is the play here. If you guys were in Mr. Kim's situation here, how would you deal with this current board state? So the secret is going, the Frieza is going to go into that Boo, um, and then basically popping that. All right, so he's going to play that Bulma there, being able to rest that Bulma, and getting back that results of training. And then here comes a Janimba of Mr. Kim's own. So that Janimba coming down, and we did see this earlier here, being able to potentially use that effect. Going to use that Piccolo to draw. And then just going to end up using that Piccolo into combo just to try to see if he can get this Frieza off the board. And then just passing it, getting that end of turn restand and then passing it back over. All right, so reading chat here, you guys are saying he should have probably played 6 cost Frieza if he had it. I'm assuming, well, one can just say he probably didn't have it, or he's waiting for a later turn to maybe try to drop it on board. But if he just didn't have it, he just didn't have it, right? So it would be pretty strong there because then he could have at least put a little bit more combo towards maybe getting off, getting that Frieza off the board, because that is probably the only way you're getting that Frieza is just by going big into that. So I can see the vision. I definitely can see the vision for sure. And man, oh man, not one but two. You thought one was bad already. Um, here's another Frieza coming down. And what basically happened there is basically, well, you guys saw it, the Frieza swing, using that ability to, he swung into the Bulma, using that ability to put the Janemba into the drop, and then just going with another Frieza and just swinging again. right, so just going in with a swing there. Gonna drop a second Frieza of his own. Yeah, he wasn't able to draw off of that. That's what if you saw that little pause there, basically what was happening is the judge was just explaining because he wasn't able to resolve that, he can't actually get that draw there. So don't worry, we're on top. We did there was a little bit of an error earlier, but we're on top of it now. Make sure that doesn't happen again. Um, but yeah, there was just the clarification there, so that's why you saw the little bit of a short break there in between. But let's get back to it. Going to swing with Majin Buu again at leader, and this matchup, I will admit, guys, is a lot. It's a very grindy matchup. Just trying to get each other's Friezas off the board. It's very funny, but sometimes that's what happens at these top tables, especially in these mid rounds here. These are the types of matchups you're going to get. So this Frieza is going to swing again. It's basically both players can't remove the Frieza just because they're looking to basically to do the same thing and have so many cards in hand. So it's really just a back and forth who loses as many resources. So we see here Mr. Kim going down to one life and going to swing. Now Gavin is going to swing at leader with the Frieza once more, seeing if he can get some more cards out. And that seems like the Chilai just coming out from hand there. And then just asking how many cards in hand. Maybe he can make a play here. All right, so going to add that card to hand. Gonna go in for the swing here. Just give it a 10K. And it looks like he's maybe trying to go wide just to see how many cards he can get out of his hand. I think Mr. Kim has now 4 cards in hand. So if Gavin can go wide enough here, he can just basically play and swing and get as many cards. Still has quite a few energy left. So it looks like that is 5 energy coming down. And then with that 5 energy, it is going to be the Buu. So this is the double strike Buu that has on play. You get to play up to 1 battle card with Wizard onto the board, and we see another Vegeta. And this is going to be a 35K swing. And definitely some combo is going to come out of hand here. And just hoping to get it with that looks like 55. And then that is also one more swing. So let's see what happens here. All right, so he ends up actually resting the Buu. And let's see. So that final swing with the Buu won't be able to get in. and then ends up using the Rashaka to basically go up plus 50K there. So being able to protect himself. Yep. Yep. So Majin just able to get it there. So yeah, it was just seeing what if he could have countered out, but it seems like he just had enough to take that W there. So a very, very close game. Very unfortunate too. Uh, and remember that one card we talked about earlier there, guys. That one card just being not having enough to counter out. It did actually end up coming up there. So thank you for you guys in the chat who are being patient with me and just understanding that some of the cards are newer. So I'm still trying to adapt there. But that was still a good game, good showcase. We did definitely go to the wire there. So it was definitely a contrast from the match that we had in round number 4, where it was really quick to a more grindier matchup. So sometimes, like I said, that's what happens in these matchups here. Going into round number 6, guys, like I was telling you guys during the round, is that we have a lot of Halo Q around. So we did see that earlier. And a lot of them are doing pretty well. So I'm going to do a little scope around and see if we can get some of them up here. Honestly, the deck that I saw up there that I would really love to see was, I believe, there was a red Android player floating around there as well. So I'm going to try and get some diverse matches for you guys, just so you guys can enjoy the gameplay and stuff like that. So it was good to see that showcase there that went a little bit more to the distance. I believe someone also mentioned as well that they wanted to see a Goma deck. That one also looks interesting, where it's using all those field spells to get all their shenanigans and effects. So let's see if I can find one of those for you guys. But anyways, I'm going to take a little break here. I'll be right back. Thank you for bearing with me, and we'll be right back. All right, guys, welcome back for round number 6. And unfortunately, I know a lot of people were hyped about that Android 18, but they did unfortunately lose last round. So just sneaking out of that top half there. I really wanted to get them on stream for you guys. But so the next matchup we have currently, this is one of the X1 tables just because um, a lot of the top half of the bracket there was a lot of the same things, so I didn't want to throw it on stream just yet. But we got basically Vegeta Mini DA versus Jiren. So this deck, this is one of the starter decks versus pretty much Jiren. We did see Jiren earlier, so we do have an understanding of what that deck does and what it's looking to do. It's looking to get that Jiren on board and start being able to deal with the life situation on the side of Vegeta Mini DA. I'm just gonna call him Mini DA because that's a lot of words to say there. Um, so pretty much gonna use. We saw the Son Gohan Adolescence being able to use to control the board a little bit. Also having that access to that one of Kefla as well, and we still haven't seen. They use that like Tournament of Power engine basically just to span the board and go super aggressive. So we did get to see a winner on that side. But this Vegeta Mini is definitely going to be an interesting one as well because we haven't seen this as of yet. But from just taking a look at like standard lists that I'm seeing here, um, they use that top end. So with the Zeno, with the Vegito. To basically control the board that way, and then you get to use that Vegeta Mini, which basically can reduce the cost of something by 5, so you can use to control the board as well. So it's looking like board control versus board control here. Correct me if I'm wrong, but that's what we see here. So, all right. So these early turns are pretty much going to be pretty easy, pretty chill. So here we see Pilaf coming down. Um, And we can also see that the four-cost Sun Gohan is also in hand as well. We did see that earlier, put in a lot of work, being able to bottom deck things as well. So here we see that Tournament of Power is also online, so that is also going to give an extra plus 5,000. And here we see the Sun Gohan coming down, basically getting rid of that peel-off. But we know with Pilaf, right? Pilaf is always just gonna end up coming back anyways once it comes to the late game. The fact that Pilaf can search Pilaf is, I think, honest oversight. But who am I to say that, right? Um, but let's see what happens here. So just ends up comboing out of this swing here, and now that Gohan is going to go at face as well. Just ends up taking it. And that's the one thing, even myself, when I was learning how to play Fusion World, was uh, sometimes depending on the matchup, obviously, but um, not being scared to take life sometimes, because life is always a resource. That is one thing I have learned from card games. So he is going to pop that energy marker and actually going to get that Gohan online, and that is going to bottom deck that the other Gohan that was on the other side there, and now going to go into a swing and just going to use that Tournament of Power to boost the leader by 5, and now is going to swing with the Gohan and get that one life down. But as I was saying, not being scared to take life early, and just keeping up the hand resource, because you know you just have to get to the late game to be able to do it with things. So um, no no downside, right? And just Jiren doing some thinking here on what to charge. And I believe he has access to 4 energy right now. So 1 4 energy card we did see earlier was, I believe, um, that uh, the Kefla. But what we're actually going to see here is the Fua. The Fua is going to minus 15,000 to that Gohan, and then going to get that Roshi draw. And now is going to play that Whis on top. And that Whis, I believe, has the activate main to target something to give it minus 500. So that currently right now is a minus 20K. So that is only down to, I believe, 5K. I'll have to double check actually, if that Gohan is actually a 30K or a 25K. It's actually a 30K. So yeah. All right. So he was able to do a minus 10, and then I'm losing my train of thought here, unfortunately. So let's run that back. So he was able to do a minus 15 with the Fua, and then another minus 5, so it was down to 10, and then he did a swing onto it for 25, and then getting, oof, doing the swing for 25, getting a super combo, and then now just following it up with another one, being able to bottom deck both the Whis and the Fua there. Just getting rid of both and now establishing this here. So going to go in really aggressive here with both Gohan swinging. And he's probably going to end up having to take that life there. Yep, down. And man, this is some really, really strong pressure here. Not seeing a lot of that removal that we saw early in the earlier Jiren game as well. And on 5 energy, like we can see quite a few things here. So he's gonna swing first just to get that draw. Jiren definitely has a lot of tools at his disposal here. So one of the cards that I see that some Let's Play are the Ramush. So being able to choose one of your opponent's battle cards with 30k or less, 30 power or and KO it. That's definitely a card there. Or this just works just the same. So that I believe that is the double striker Son Goku from the starter deck. So basically being able to on play give one of your opponents minus 20k, so being a 10k to 35, just going to decide to let that go. And that definitely does the job as well. All right, and just doing some thinking here, like from what I'm seeing from the um, the mini DA player here, is that he has quite a few cards here to work with. I see a peel off there, so he can definitely get some things back. He also has what looks like the Vegeta mini DA as well, and I believe plenty of super combos. I think at least 2 there, so he is kind of just chilling at this point. So he's gonna swing here, get that draw. And that tournament of power just saying, hey, no, I'm just gonna protect. And then we're gonna see boom 3 for the absolute lightning, I believe the name of that card is. So basically being able to bottom deck that Goku, and then Pilaf gonna come down, and then what is he gonna get back off this Pilaf here? 2, no surprise, gets back a Pilaf. And this is what I'm talking about. Why is Pilaf able to get back Pilaf? Just super strong. And we saw earlier today as well where the peel off loop was basically able to take a game away. Um, because they were able to just cycle out those peel offs. And as we can see, he has three in hand. So we know that when he decides to go for a game, he is going to be going, right? All right, and see another peel off here coming down, going to add back the trunks here. So this is going to be a swing, 30K swing, ends up taking, and then just passing it over after that 30K swing there. So the double peel off setup here, and we know he has another one. So we know the loop is online. We've established this. Now it's just a matter of getting the Jiren player down to low enough life where he can then press for game. But don't count Jiren out yet, guys, because we did see how Jiren was able to hold his own. And here comes a big boy. And this guy is huge. So this is the Son Goku secret here, and I'm just gonna go over this again for the folks that don't know. So on play until the end of your opponent's next turn, negate the damage you take, and then when attacking, you get to choose all of your opponent's battle cards, and they get minus 20,000. So very strong on play, being able to protect yourself and your life total there. And not only that, essentially being a board wipe in that scenario there, being able to get rid of everything. And now the question is, yes, you were able to get rid of the 5 cost Son Goku. What's the play here to get rid of this one? It would be very, very funny if he was able to top deck, just like someone said, another event. That would be crazy. Um, but what's going to end up coming down here is going to be that Zeno-sama, and that going to bottom deck both the stage and the Goku. And then just going to pass it back over. So Zeno-sama doing what he does in the anime and just clearing and resetting everything. So very, very strong. And now this is the time Jiren could try to do some shenanigans here, seeing if he can now pivot into that aggression. Now that the board is clear, yes, on the defensive, he Zeno was able to clear out that board, but now if you can get a board set up here, and you have to hope that the opponent doesn't have that removal to deal with it, because you have seen quite a few removal here. If he doesn't have the removal to deal with that wider board, he can get punished here for it. So just gonna swing, going to get that draw. Simple combo out. And then what's the follow-up here? All right, so we're going to pay for the Piccolo, get that draw. Still has access to 6. So here we're going to use the Kefla, the one of. I think every the Jiren players that we've seen today have just seen it. And now going to go with that white strategy, getting that Gohan out. And this is going to be a lot of damage. Gonna go. Kefla getting in that damage, and now deciding if he wants to swing here. All right, so gonna awaken. Gets that card draw. And as we see, guys, you know, that card that was just drawn there is another Zeno. So, oof, this Vegeta mini player has just been seeing the stuff that he needs to see. Not only was he able to tap deck that Absolute Lightning, he had the Zeno um, earlier as well, and now he can go for, honestly, he could go for another Zeno play here. So here we're going to see the swing onto the Gohan. All right, and now that Vegeta Mini coming down, reducing, he does have the option to reduce the cost there. Gonna swing in onto the Kefla. Yep, and then just using that leader effect there to bottom deck the Sun Gohan, and then using that Trunks on playability to draw that one card. So good, solid turn there from Vegeta Mini, deciding to hold up that Zeno a little bit, but just using that um, that cost reduction there of the Vegeta Mini to basically put something down by 5. And now it's time for round 2 Electric Boogaloo. We saw this earlier, and it comes back again. Secret coming down. I'm going to swing minus 20K to the board on that one attacking, and then going to go in there to life. And then does he have, is he going to actually just commit one of those swings there into it, or does he have another form of removal to bring down the DP? Yep, it's Awaken time. Gonna combo out with the peel off. And then now this is another swing onto life with Kefla, and just gonna use that Mai to combo out of that swing there. Yep, and then that is gonna be the clear there on that Vegeta Mini. So not only was he able to minus 20K to that Vegeta Mini, he was also able to then use the Fuwa to get another minus 15. So that's a minus 35. Just a clean cut 35 to get rid of the Vegeta Mini. Also getting out some cards out of the uh, the Vegeta Mini player's hand as well. But he still has a plethora of cards, right? So Jiren is definitely going to have to do some work to break through and get the dub here. So only on 3 life on the side of Vegeta Mini. Has tons of options here as well. We did see him draw that Zeno earlier as well. Yep, and then there we're going to see. All right, so there we're going to see the -5. Going to use that on this secret there, and then I'm going to pay the 1. Yep, just clarifying between the two of them there how much minus it is. So yep, and then just going to use that leader effect to get rid of it and put it to the bottom of the deck. But I think the damage has definitely already been done. Not only one, but two secrets here. Going to use the Vegito Mini, swinging 35 into that Kefla, and just wondering if he should actually combo out of this. And both players going bar for bar, back to back. And this is a very good matchup, guys, that I've been enjoying this. Alrighty, so this looks like another swing with lead. Ends up comboing out pretty easily. Like I said, another one for the third time coming down. So this I don't even have to talk about this. So we know this is going to swing. This is going to be another minus 20K. And this is just going to be going burr at this point. Swings, is he going to go in? Yep. So that is going to be massive onto that Vegeta Mini. And it's just been a secret after secret. And this swing here is going to be really, really big, and just has to let it go, unfortunately. And then going to establish another tournament of power onto the board, and then passing it back over. And again, back for back, bar to bar, both players have just been seeing their boss monsters, um, and just gonna use again the leader. We've seen the secret come out, we've seen the Vegeta Mini, secret come out, Vegeta Mini, and every time both players have had the response that they needed to deal with each other's board. Um, just back to back, bar for bar, going to swing at lead here, ends up comboing out, and then going to follow this up with, I believe that is the Vegeta, the two-cost Vegeta there. And then this is going to be another swing onto lead, probably going to give him a little bit of a boost here. And then just passing it back over to Jiren. So this matchup has definitely been back and forth, back and forth. And honestly, it's been very impressive. This is definitely what type of match we wanted to see here on stream. Uh, Especially coming from last match was a grind fest, but this one has been a grind fest in a different way, because both boards are trying to fight for that tempo, trying to establish their board so they can start getting in those swings. And here we see it's just been bar for bar, back to back, response for response. Very entertaining game so far. Yeah, the Vegeta Mini has definitely been putting in a lot of work. Um, just being able to say -5 leader ability in tandem with everything, and here what we're seeing coming down, and here we see the boss monster Jiren coming down, finally making his grand entrance. And we saw this earlier, and we're going to review this one again. So this one is that 30k forecast that can't be KO'd once per turn. And then on opponent's turn, you can take a damage. If it's in rest, you get to add the top card of your deck to the life. We did see how this was used to push for game, being able to take that one life and saying, hey, I'm going to add one more card, also get to draw a card, and then go bing, bing, bam, and then start comboing out. So 30k swing onto lead here. Ends up taking it, and then Jiren's going to pass it over here. So now Vegeta Mini is in that double strike range. If Jiren can, if he is on another, double strike Son Goku, he maybe can just look to try to push as much damage as possible. If he's not on that, then he just will have to try to starve off this Vegeta Mini player here. All right, so he is going to end up bottom decking that Piccolo there. All right, and then what did we just see there? All right, so he ends up playing that Vegeta Mini. That one is the cost reduction by 3. And then when attacking, you get to choose one character with a cost of 1 or less and place it to the bottom. So he was able to just get rid of that Jiren pretty easily there. And that's the thing with this Vegeta mini deck, right? It just has so much removal. Back to back, turn for turn, we have seen removal after removal. It's like he just has it all. Yep, so going to put some combo at the swing here, seeing if he can get the Jiren down to 2 life, and then maybe next turn setting up to go for a big swing. But Jiren thinking about this here, seeing if he wants the combo out of this swing. And he ends up comboing out of this swing, saying, going down to 1 card in hand. And this is definitely never where you want to be. And yeah, that is really a tough scenario to be in, because you know, like, a double striker can come out next turn, and then especially having that many cards in hand. So this is going to be with a Final Hope slash looking like behind this swing as well. Yep, and then that's the GGs. Yeah, so unfortunately they're just not getting there for the side of Jiren. Honestly, it was a great game. A good back and forth, good solid back and forth between both players. A few little instances there's of hiccups on both sides. And honestly, what can you do when your opponent goes, when you go, I drop my big body, and then opponent goes, I'm going to drop my big body to counter your big body, and just back to back to back. That Zeno also put in a lot of work as well, being able to bottom deck, and it was just a constant state of bottom decking for the side of the Vegeta Mini player there, and then that's very good to see. it just goes to show you just like straight removal, like bottom decking is such it's so crucial. And being able to just stabilize and getting into that rhythm of just bottom decking all the opponent's strat and stuff like that, right? So it was a very good matchup, good to both players, but otherwise from that, it was a great watch. It definitely was a great watch. I haven't gotten to see a Vegeta mini getting played, and just to see how it was able to control the board, basically being able to deal with all the threats that came its way. Uh, he did get a little bit lucky there, guys, please, because he did end up top decking that absolute lightning to get rid of that first secret there, but he definitely was able to draw into more removal, and he was able to set up the cost reducers to get rid of stuff as well. Um, but we're going to go into the next few rounds here. So here on out, we're probably going to keep it to the top undefeated tables. This was an X1. And just to answer questions, yes, all of these videos will be re-uploaded onto the YouTube. The YouTube, if you guys don't know what it is at Carta Magica TV. Um, So yeah, so all this stuff is going to be on a VOD here as well, so you guys can rewatch it here after the stream is over. Or if you guys want to go to the Carta Magica YouTube channel, it will all be uploaded there later on in the week. And I see, folks, you guys are wanting to get a unique match or maybe a Goma leader. Um, I will see. I will do my best. We are in round number 7, so maybe I can actually get one more. So we'll see what we can get. All right. But if while you guys are waiting, let me know in the comments because I'm gonna check the comments when I'm back to see what other types of decks you would like to see. I really want to see a Goma today. You guys can come through with me and explain how that one works to me as well. Anyways, I'll be right back. We'll take a little break. Great match overall. Kudos to the both players. Both players doing really well so far, and all the players here are doing really well so far. So we'll be right back. All right. All right, guys, welcome back. We are back for round number 7, but this time I have a special guest. I have a person known in the community, Jamal, and his accolades are very, very strong, being able to top 16 at the last Dragon Ball Nats for Masters.
Yes, sir.
What is good, Jamal? How are you doing today?
I'm doing good, man. Thanks for having me on here. Thanks you guys for having me here. I'm just trying to give you guys some good content. We're going to try our best to facilitate the game and explain everything to you guys and just put on a good show, you
Yep.
know? So I've been playing the game for a few years, Masters and Fusion World. So, I mean, let's just do what we do.
Do
So,
what we do.
yep.
Yeah, so we actually have one of your homies on stream right now.
Yes, we do.
We are going to get into that in a bit here. We have Randoms, and Randoms is on that Android, and then against Android, we have the Vegeta Mini
Yep.
DA. We did see this earlier, so being able to control that board. So talk to me about this matchup right now.
All right, so this matchup is definitely it's an interesting one because you have two decks that depend. I'm not sure what the other guy's version of his list is,
Hmm.
but it is a type of deck that can and likes to play an elongated game style. And we all know Androids wants to play the longest game style, more specifically stall droids.
Yeah.
So I think this matchup is really just going to come down to how aggressive Diamond can be, Mini Vegeta, against the Android player. And if he can stall to the later game with droids, then he'll definitely be able to run away with this one. So.
Yep. So we're just gonna get straight into it here, and it looks like Droids is opting to go second here in this matchup. And coming from with your experience, why does Droid prefer this going second, or do they actually prefer the going first?
Is it confirmed that he won the die roll? I
Uh,
assume.
I believe he won the die
And he
roll, and
chose. So I would. So basically, Daima can be aggressive really early with the marker. If they play Crit Vegeta or Videl, they can pop the marker on turn 1 to play it out, and then be able to, kind of get that early pressure. And Droids cannot answer the 2-drop Vegeta or Videl for maybe about the first 3 turns of the game. So it's just so much value, whether it's Crit or Videl reloading their hand. So from Raymond's perspective, he's saying, well, let me take the marker away from them. That way I can I'm going to ramp regardless, right? I'm going
Mhm.
to get my energy, but at least now I don't have to worry about that turn 1 pressure coming down because he wants to stay at a high life total for as long as possible.
Yep. So we did see how that RAM package really is really strong with that 4-card Android 17, 18 being able to get 2 energy off the board and then going back up to 3 so they can extend and do all types of shenanigans.
Right.
And what is the game plan here for Vegeta? Since you said did get put on the first, what is their game plan in the early stages here? What are they looking to establish? What are they looking off of their searches?
So right now, Vegeta's not necessarily going to search. Okay, so Vegeta's not going to necessarily search too much. And sorry to inform you guys of misinformation. Raymond actually didn't win the die roll. It was the Vegeta Diamond player who won it. So everything I said, what I said is true, but it's not true to this moment.
Yeah,
So,
that's fine.
but the theory is there. But the Vegeta player, what he really essentially wants to do here, he doesn't search much. What he's doing is just drawing cards, right? The Marin is a good card. She's a scry 1, either keep it, draw it, or bottom deck it
Mm.
if you have 7 or less. Right now, he's looking for early aggression if he's playing the matchup as I would, right? Looking for that Vegeta crit. Um, right, for sure, Eisen. I agree with you. It just he said I was under information that
Yep.
Raymond chose to go second, so I just wanted to explain to you guys why that might be the case. But I do agree with you wholeheartedly. You do want to go first. You have your ramp. You get to ramp sooner, especially with Nappa and or even this card that he just searched in Jiro's lab.
Okay.
So, but as I was saying, the Diamond player, he wants to get aggression. Really, the Zamasu's great with the Dinosaur Garen to remove the 1-drop so he can get that leader swing to be impactful. Raymond's job is he's going to play cantrips to then combo them off so he can stay at 8 life for as long as he can. I will say the longer the game goes for a Diamond, the worse it can kind of get because once 8-drop Broly comes down, and we all know that it's kind of a done deal.
Yep.
It's not a done deal, but it's a scarier deal. So
Yep, we did see earlier in the day how that 8 cost just put in a lot of pressure, being able to get those 2 attacks, and depending on what else he has, the tools he has available, it was just really strong as well.
correct. I swear runners was playing no one random Joy low. No, Eisen, I'm not. You guys will get the deck list soon, but He understood. He understood the assignment. So he's definitely playing more than one. I tell you that much. It is a very important card in the deck. I will say, for anyone that doesn't know, Jero's Lab was the card he searched off the one drop. It is basically every turn you pay one green, and you can take one droid from your drop, put it into your energy, any Android card. So it's a ramp for the next turn, but it's just always there. So you're always ramping. And it gets to a point in the game where you might have 9, 10, 12 energy, and now you get a double draw leader because now you don't have to charge for turn. You just I heard you pay 6. I know. Too soon. Too soon, Eisen. Too soon.
Not soon enough.
Not
Even
soon.
I know that one there.
Yeah, too soon. But so right now he's playing this as a mouse. So like I said, it's that board control that blue naturally innately does.
Yep.
But it's so he can make his leader swings or any swings he does here to actually connect. But Raymond is going to do what he can and make sure they don't.
Yep.
I haven't seen a Videl yet. I haven't seen a Crypt Vegeta. I don't know if he's running them in his list or if he just hasn't drawn it yet. But he is playing more of a control game right now. And spoiler alert, it's not going to go too well.
Yeah, because androids, once it gets the...
It's where it wants to be. So you're kind of setting yourself up for a not so good time. But, hey, he made it this far. He's the X1, so.
Yep, he definitely knows the deck in the ins and outs to be X1,
correct.
right? So, and who say he hasn't played against many androids coming up? Well, like even when we were walking, we did see a couple
That's
of droids. Yeah, we did see a couple of them. So
there's a lot of the format's what we expect it to be. There's a lot of boo. Saw a couple androids, which is surprising, but it's not at the same time. Not a lot of Brolys. I don't think I saw any Brolys in our initial walkthrough. The new Broly deck.
I think there was one in the X1 area there. The one that we did see earlier on stream was still X1 going into it. But not a lot of Brolys. Like I said, I'm pretty sure like I want to say 50% of that top half there was just all boo.
Right.
Yeah.
So now you see the blue player here doing the typical blue stuff. Play one drop, play cantrip, play peel-off. Don't at me. Peel-off is not the problem. Yeah, Blue Vegeta definitely wants to play a slow game. But the best way to beat droids is to not play a slow game. And Blue Diamond can actually play a pretty fast game if it really wants to, but you have to do it and want it. And if you don't do it, then. But yes, for sure, the longer the game goes on for Diamond, unfortunately, no one has a payoff like Green does. No one has I can slam an 8-drop. Kill something, draw a card, swing 45 twice, and then now they give him a 9-drop that says, "Hey, just heal, just get a life,
just heal, clear the board too.
Yeah.
Let's just stick everything on it."
Oh, well, it costs 9, so I guess that's fair and balanced, maybe, but not for droids when it can just ramp every single turn, and that's why Jero's Lab is such a good card in this deck. It just allows you to always ramp. You don't need to see your dead nappas. You could pitch them off the bomas and get that redraw. You don't have to see any other cards, whether you're playing Destructive Strength or anything like that. Get a life, touch grass. Literally, it's like I played in this tournament and the guy got to 12 energy, and I was good. I was chilling, and then he just 9-drop heal.
9-drop heal.
Right the board. Okay, kill that absolute lightning, that one. All right, 9-drop heal again. All right. Oh, so more important to the game. This Vegeta promo can only be played in this Diamond deck. This Vegeta card is amazing. This 4-drop is one of the best on-curve cards that you can probably play in this game right now. On swing or on play, it reduces everything by 4.
Yep.
By 4 cost. And then on swing, it can bottom deck any 0 or 1 or less cost, which is absolutely broken because now what happens is your opponent's curve is now interacted with in a way that's kind of unfair, where their 3-drop automatically dies because they play their 3, your turn 4 comes, you play this, boom, their 3-drop's gone. Their turn 4, they play their 4-drop, you play your 4-drop because they went first, you get your turn 4 second. Oh, look, your 4-drop. No matter what in that chain, you are literally going to say, I am going to 100% kill and reset your board.
Yep.
Of whatever that one card you might have done last turn. And if it sticks, that effect is when attacking, so it can always bottom deck her 1 or less.
Yep, and we did see earlier that 5-drop as well. That
Oh, oh,
the 5-drop in combination with this promo as
it's
well,
ridiculous.
disgusting.
Right. And this deck, honestly, is only playable now because of the promo. And I say that's number one. Number two is the 5-drop. Because the 5-drop allowing you to draw 3 cards, you're like, well, I don't want to draw 3 cards in a deck where blue and 7 or less, because you got to stop trolling. That's why. You don't need to do that. You need to get your cards and do what you got to do. So,
Yep. So definitely, and that's the thing I kind of like about this Vegeta deck, that control aspect as well, because we did see in an earlier matchup just being able to say, hey, turn after turn, I can just churn out this value and just, you're going to be losing your board no matter what,
right.
but I can deal with it. But like you said earlier, this slower gameplay, this is what droids love, because as soon as they get up to those late game stages where you can drop those big bodies, it doesn't matter what you have. You're just going face big numbers.
And then it gets to a point where I call it EDK, but I know it's not EDK, but I'm just a Masters player. But Earth Destroying, that card's ridiculous. 25k ramp. And they get to a point in the game where they can play the Brolys or they can play Hercules and recycle their 1-drops and play the Roshi to pick up the EDK. And it gets to a point where they steamroll, where it's not about if they're going to win, it's more so when. And you're going to see that a lot when Raymond plays too. It just gets to a point. And right now, he's basically eclipsed and double his opponent's energy, right? He's at 8 to his opponent's 4. What do you know?
This is the point in the game where it's just like, yeah, this is going to be, I'm losing like 3 cards in hand every turn.
Time. And he's at 5 life. And Raymond doesn't care about being awakened with droids right here. He's in a really good spot just because what's going to happen here is now you still owe me cards. You're going to answer my board. But now every time, yes, Diamond's at 7 or 8 life, or 4, 5, 6. Sorry, I can't count. I don't do math. I just talk. And he's at 6 life right now, but what's going to happen is eventually you're going to owe me a swing. You're going to owe me cards for 30K. You're going to owe me cards for even this 20K dual 17, 18 twins. You're going to owe me for my 30K leader when you eventually awaken me, because guess what? You can only win the game by putting me to 0 life. Therefore, you're going to have to put me to 4 at some point. And then eventually, now Broly comes down, you owe me cards for a dual attack 45K. It's just, yeah, you can have all these cards in your hand, but what are you going to do? And I don't know if this Diamond player is playing Absolute Lightning, which is absolutely the best card to be playing for this matchup because of the Broly. I see the Beerus in his energy. If he's only playing Beerus as his form of big body removal, he's not going to have a good time, because the one thing you don't want to do is put a threat like Broly, who has an on-play that they don't care. Oh, you bounced it back to my hand. Okay, cool. I'll just play it again.
Replay it right back. And we did see one of these Vegeta players actually using that Absolute Lightning just to be able to deal with these big bodies. And it's really necessary. Like, it's such a strong card. And if you're not running it, I think you're kind of trolling.
You are trolling for sure. 100%. I will say Daima is not out of the race. If he can get Raymond to 2 life and do a dump with a big dump on that the new 5-drop SCR Goku, he can steal the game. That SCR is ridiculous. Double and extra cards effects, whichever, whether it's Gallic Gun or even the other one. Wow, I just drew a blank.
It happens from time to time.
Oh God,
I've definitely been there.
I can't think of the name. That's crazy.
But chat will probably know which card you're talking about, as long as
my brain just fogged up entirely. I played this game card all day. Yeah, I don't know. You guys will figure it out.
Yeah.
Either way, it doubles an extra card, and when you do that, whether it's double 20K or. So did Random just drop to 3 life? Got to be a SCR coming. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. If you went to 3, it's hard for us to tell how many cards are in his hand from where we are. But I want to say if he goes to 3, it probably is just a SCR play. Why waste cards in your hand when you could just go right back to 4? Just gain the card, gain the knowledge. There's no big difference for him whether he's at 4 or 5 per se, but it seems like he's not going for the 9-drop here. Excuse me, maybe he's baiting it or trying to set it up for a different turn, potentially.
Maybe he wants to maximize value, see how much he
One,
really
two,
can get.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. He's gonna Roshi, get the big bang. So he's just gonna go for a normal board removal situation here using his cards. Maybe swing 30 into one with leader. Think he brick potentially. I did see a Hercule in his hand, which really you don't want to play the Broly's here because you tap out and it is a little suspect if you're not winning the game. And he kind of just takes his time here. Like it looks like he might be in a bad position, but he can take this time now, control the board, clear his opponent's board with the big bang or even the leader swings here, and then play Hercule, pick up the one drops that he just comboed away, which is why next play, by the time this is over, he's going to play Hercule. To pick up the one drops, replay them. There's the big bang, pop the energy, kill one of them. I will not be surprised if he does not Hercule here and get it. There it is.
There it is. You call it. It's like you play this game.
Right. So, what did he cook? That's that secret team tech right there. Yeah, we were playing Raditz originally, and Raditz, required it. Just the conversation we had was that Cell does what Raditz does a little bit better in the situations you need it to be a little bit better. So Raditz is it's the same card as Raditz and the Cell. I believe in, and don't quote me on this, I'm pretty sure they do the same thing almost, but where the energy comes from is different. And the Cell is a 15K compared to Raditz being a 20, but that's negligible at that point. Cell has the Android tag. Yeah, right. And that was the other part. Yes, Aizen, was that Cell was an Android, so one was searchable, two, you could play it off the dual name on the 4-drop, so it allowed to increase the Android count, which is very important because when you play the dual name, the card is broken. It's the best one drop in the game. You got to make sure you have him. And, oh, look, I could combo my Cell off after I already got my ramp. Boom. Now I got another name. So, and like I told you, here it is, the Hercule right into the Roshi, and I looked away for a second, and I can bet my last dollar that he picked up an EDK, so or Earth destroying, whatever you guys want to call it.
I think it's like Earth destroying Kamehameha or something like that.
That's what I call it. There's an Earth destroying Kamehameha in Masters.
That's the one that just
right.
stuck to my brain.
So that's why I call it EDK. And honestly, Raymond calls it EDK, and we test every day, so it's kind of hard not to say EDK. So it is the exact same. You trolling me, Aizen? Check the tapes? I'll check the tapes. Don't tempt me with a good time. Earth destroying blow is what it's called. Aizen. Okay. We have nothing but the facts here. Earth, yes, ED blow. I call it EDK. Guys, don't at me, please. I'm sorry. Green needs to find his bosses. Yes, for sure. He needs to. I mean, we said that, right? It has the best late game in the game. However, it has to, one, get there, and two, be able to be there and do what it needs to do there, which is those 8 drops and those 9 drops of the sword. And that's one thing about the top 5 searchers or top 3 searcher in this deck that can be a little iffy is a lot of times, especially the Android 18, top 3, a lot of times you put your Broly's to the bottom of your deck. You might find an Android, but at what cost? ED blow sounds bad. It does. EDK, you can't tell me EDK doesn't sound like, oh, that's kind of catchy. I like that. Yo, EDK for game, EDK.
Well, what about ED blow, though?
EDB, you don't know me? I don't know. It doesn't, yeah, like, I don't. Stop the cap, please, and thank you. Yeah, there it is, yep.
Yeah, there it is.
Thank you. Thank you guys for correcting me, but I know what I said. I know who I am.
All right, you're a Masters player.
So this is the 5-drop. And that 5-drop is what I said. We got that in a new set. Can only be played with this leader. Draw 3 cards. Reduce something by 5 costs. buy a cost of 5. And then that's all it does. And then draw 3 cards. It's 35K swing. It's a 5-drop with in junction with the leader and or Zamasu or the dinosaur. You can bottom deck that thing so you can kill any 6er left. So they play their boss monster at 6, it's dead. As long as you have that and 6 energy. So even if your leader's awakened, or like I said, you have one of those cards, it's just an automatic kill. It's basically removal on a body that draws you 3 cards. And hey, man, Yu-Gi-Oh! Pot of Greed is broken. So,
Yep, true. Anyhow, so right now we are just seeing a lot of board control here, a lot of dealing with things, and we're getting into that late game stage where basically we're talking about, and this is pretty much where Random wants to be, right?
correct. So this is where he's going to thrive. And that's another argument for him to go to 2 life is because of that Gohan that he just charged. It can kill anything while he's at 2, knowing I can set this up to then kill something and also the 9-drop and also get my life back. It's really just stalling and manipulating and keeping yourself like where it looks a little nerve-wracking, but you always got a ways in drawing cards and filtering and combos to get out. That EDK, ED blow is definitely going to take him a long way. And right now, he's just going to, like I said, he's going to ramp. He's still charging right now, but in a few turns, he'll stop charging from hand and just charge with the Jiro's Lab. The Diamond player can play Zeno to wipe the board, which would get rid of the Lab, but at this point in the time, he's gained so much value of it, he doesn't care.
Yep, the lab is already putting in a lot of work here. Just like you said, that ramp is just super good. And here we're going to see that Broly, that ace cost coming down.
And there's your boss monster, Eisen. There it is, the one you asked for.
Yep.
Maybe he didn't have it. Maybe he did. Either way, here it is. He's smart. You know, he's playing it while he has the 2 energy. You never want to slam your boss monster and tap out, especially against certain decks like this, because they can kill you or tax your hand so much that what you thought you gained from playing that Broly on 8 or 9 and no defense, just super combos and a couple combo cards, it's not worth it. You can lose that game quicker than you might have thought. Where now he says, I can play 8 for Broly, clear your board, put pressure, and on top of that, pass with 2 open, where now he has that EDK to not only get a ramp and or draw, but guarantee that he's going to get out of a swing. And now his opponent has the onus is on his opponent to answer that Broly, because you cannot let that stick.
Yep, as soon as that Broly stays, even a turn is just going to be constant pressure. And he can definitely even follow it up with something else as well. We did see that a lot earlier today where it was double Brolys back to back, right? So.
Okay, so he opted not to go for the EDK. He went for the double 1-drop route, probably 2 10Ks most likely. Swinging into 45K to 6 life feels bad. Yeah. If he doesn't remove the Broly here, it's a big problem. Haven't seen a lightning in his hand. Best bet is the Zeno. Or he plays that Zamasu, which is sus. And here's the Zeno. Zeno wipes the board. It's our top 5 card in the game. It's not 5. So.
But, yeah, we did see the Zeno just basically being able to say, hey, reset the board. If you have another boss monster, deal with this boss monster.
It's a get-out-of-jail-free card.
Yep.
That's all it is. And you get a swing out of it. So it gets rid of the Phil, it gets rid of the Broly. Unfortunately for the blue player, that is a big energy investment, but it is well-timed. I think it was a good time to do it there for sure. I don't think he's playing Lightning. Yes, it is, Tim. How you doing, man? Welcome to the stream, sir.
All right.
We gotta support young Raymond and all the great players here in the venue and the organizers and Carta. Shout out to Bandai. Shout out to Carta for sure, guys. Trust me, they're doing their best work. God's work. Right play was Lightning, Pilaf Chain. I don't think he has Lightning. To be honest with you, I think he's playing the Barris, which is a bait and a trap, over Lightning because it's a 10K. But that's just 2 plus 2 does not always equal 4, apparently. 4 Barris, no Lightning. Yeah, correct. Yeah, the Japanese list. Yo, shout out to the Japanese innovators for sure. That list needs a little work, guys. It's a lot of 0Ks and non-comboable cards. And it's funny because they take out Lightning to play Barris because Barris is comboable to then put in more non-comboable cards. Like the math don't math. It's, hey, I can't play Lightning. I'm going to play Barris. But Barris doesn't solve the problem. I'm not putting a threat back in your hand. I'm sorry. If I have a way to kill it, and blue has the best removal in the game for 3. I can kill anything. I can bottom deck any card. Like, shout outs to the homie Chad that doesn't play EDK for 2 to ramp. Hey, man. Hey, too soon. I'm keeping lightnings in my deck. Please, please, and thank you. You're welcome. There you go. That's my gift to y'all, right? Little inner workings of the team and the mind. Play lightning. Stop trolling. And there, so now again, back to this game, guys, because that's why we're here. We're not here for me. I do appreciate you, gamers backlog. That's all we do is spit facts, right? So we have to. And if not, we fact check. And we could be wrong, we could be right. Just got to make sure. So, but like definitely for sure, here's that stall George plan, right? He's at 3 life still. What's Raymond? He's not going to play the 9-drop. He's not going to play it into an open board. What's the point? He's going to look for value here. You want to look for that perfect timing. Oh, you played 5s or you played a 4s. You played a couple things. You go peel off chain, got a bunch of 1-drops for defense. He's going to go boom, boom. 9-drop doesn't hit the 1-drops, right? Point is, when he builds up his board state, that's when he'll throw down a 9. He's not going to throw it down just because. He's going to look for an opportunity. For now, he's going to sculpt his hand, and that's what he's doing. Bomos are filters, cantrips, draw one, sculpt that hand. Roshi's going to sculpt his hand from his energy. Always bring back EDK. It's just what we're going to do, so. Shout out for the Vegeta player using the best sleeves on the market. Double strike. Oh, dual DS. Okay, sure. Link in the description. Anniversary sleeves. Blue metallic outer and silver. They are so crazy cool. I have. Okay. Yeah, same. Yeah, obviously. Duh. Don't you? You know?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, sure.
We all do, obviously. You know, Raymond left his at home. That's what happened. Why he picked 2 cards. How many rounds? This could possibly be the last round if the down pair loses. If he does win, then there will be one more round. Simple math, right?
Yep, that's how the math works.
You said, why did he pick 2 cards? You got to be a little bit more specific, Ren. I'm sorry. Let me pay attention to the game and not you people sometimes. Those are the same exact saves I got on my diamond deck. TCG newbie or what? Dragon Shield, homie. DS is Dragon Shield. Come on, bro. We use custom sleeves around here, sir. All right, we represent our team, which ironically are from Dragon Shield. Shout out to Dragon Shield.
Yep. So let's get back to the game here. So it looks like a second Zeno has.
For sure. So Raymond's board got out of hand for it became every swing you're going to get out for free. It's going to combo a 5 cost. It's going to, or a 5-drop, a 1-drop, 5K. You're going to combo another 5K. It became, I'd rather just Zeno the board now. Put those cards at the bottom of your deck so maybe there's a chance you can't re-loop them or don't have more of them. And this is a really good play here. Heads up. I don't know why Raymond went to 2. Again, I think he's setting up this 9-drop for sure at this point. Kind of baiting his opponent to play to the board because he knows he can just go back to 3. Like I said, get the draw. It's a free card, right? And you're going to go back to 3, which is definitely not terrible. Vidal here in the late game can be pretty good. There's going to be a turning point. Raymond is going to have to start putting pressure on his opponent. And not keep him at 4 life, 5 life. So because he slams us here now. Oh, that's a different. He's a real fake one for real, for real.
They're calling you fake.
That's not me. That was some. Oh. Who was calling it? Sounds like a real one. Oh, for sure. For sure you're right on. Raynon's hoping Blue would deck himself out with his 5 calls. Yes, Drew. We playing the long game. We're here for the long haul. You know what I mean? Long con, baby. Long con. I don't know. That deck will look a little thick to me. I don't know if that's going to be the case here. And he hasn't really played that many 5-drops. So, but Raymond does have to start thinking about the clock. They definitely have an extension here for the stream. But nonetheless, doesn't matter, right? You still got to win the game again, like I said earlier, by putting your opponent to 0.
Yep, that's the name of the game.
Right.
And that card on there looks like the 7-cost Secret Goku, I believe, that's on the board.
Woo!
Correct
So
me if I'm
that card
wrong.
is, and this is again answers your question, guys. Why did he go to 2 life? Because this card right here is a double striker for 3 if you're at 2 or less life.
Yep, yep.
Well, how do you get it down? And there's an argument you could wait, but now Raymond's like, I can now put you down to 3, put that pressure, and then still defend because he scoped. Guys, let's be real. He's been scoping his hand this entire time with these Hercules and cantrips. Yes. Yeah, he's playing chess while they're playing checkers. Like, it just, I don't know. You got to hurry up. He has a little bit more time than you guys think, but it's also not enough.
Right, just about a five.
Right,
About
he
5
forced the
minutes. Yeah.
Zeno. He plays the 1-drop. Don't get your Broly Zeno. Make him burn that Zeno on the cantrips and the Hercule. You don't care if they go away. I'll see you later, bud. You know, make him. But then now he's down 2 Zenos. He doesn't have any in his energy. If he's down 2, how many does he play? Now he can start thinking about playing those Brolys now. He's playing this really smart. Put him to 3 life. Keep that pressure going. That 9-drop also, guys, it is a double striker. Oh, for sure. For sure. And that's the scary part about this turn, but I'm pretty sure his hand is probably like 5 EDKs. I would scumbag slow roll him. Well, that's why you're not here, Tim. So right now he's Videl, 7 or less. Is going to pick up, I guess, a Pilaf. If he has one, which it looks like he does not. So he's just going to get the dinosaur. He has a name, but he looks like a dinosaur, and he's a dinosaur, so he's a dinosaur.
If it looks like a dinosaur, walks like a dinosaur, it's a dinosaur.
It's probably a duck. Right, so now, right now, let's get some real quality. Let's focus on what's going to happen here. This is the end game now, right? For sure, for both players. Here's the 5-drop. Draw 3 cards. Yeah, for 145, for sure. I've gotten to like 190 with it, with the right cards. Bro is about to lose or win. This game can't continue. But yeah, true. That's what I said. We're in the end game now. But it's going to continue. See, and that's the problem here is he didn't play the double striker. If you play the double striker, there's an argument Raymond or that the Vegeta player can get high enough. Now he taps out, which is irrelevant in Fusion World, but he has 7 cards in hand. No, 7. I want to say 7, 8, 9 cards in hand because he had 7 with the Videl, put him to 8. Plays the Vegeta, draws 3, but it's a minus to play. So 8, 9, 10 maybe. 11 now with leader swing. Wait. Why did he not awaken? Hold on, that doesn't make sense. Unless he is awakened. No, he's not awakened. I played this later. Why is he not awakened? Yeah, that was weird. I think he's getting a little nervous or... Raymond's in full control right now. No offense to the other guy. He's a great player. He forgot. He 100% forgot. He probably so used to being that 6th life. He was like, I think I'm still at 6th life. I can't awaken yet. I don't know. That's next level for sure. I mean, he has 12 cards in hand, right? 11, 12 if my left. He swung and didn't awaken and comboed a 5K from hand. And then, I don't know. It's weird behavior for sure. Raymond's in the driver's seat now. The guy didn't have the double striker. Raymond's 100% fine. I don't 100%. Maybe 110. This game is probably over here. He wanted to not be a jerk. They're not that close to time, Eisen. They're not as close as you think they are. Their time is approaching, but they're not, oh, I need to pass my turn here.
Nope, still have about 2 minutes and change
Right.
left in this round here, so plenty of time on the clock.
Right. And this is going to be a turn where Raymond might potentially... To be honest, he skill checked his opponent. And by skill checked, I mean draw diff to see if he did draw the double striker there. He did pass with about 20 energy open, and that's not really an exaggeration. If you look at Raymond's board, it might as well be 20 energy. He definitely had the EDKs because remember, he played them, and he's been adding them back with the Jiro's Lab and then picking them up with Roshi and then using the Hercule to get the Roshi to then pick up the EDKs. So it's just been a cycle. And there's the 9-drop. Go back to 3. And here's the double strike swing. He can pass here. He's probably not going to dump it here because I know how Raymond plays. But maybe if he knows about time, he might. This is a KO everything. Heal 1 life. I'm at 3. Raymond can't even die next turn. I'm going to be honest. He'll probably leave that 3 open for 2 EDKs and another extra card. So. No, I'm going to be honest. Ice in this regional was pretty droids heavy. I'm not going to say it's surprising, but it is surprising. I think a lot of people are playing droids in anticipation for the Angel Coup, Halo Coup meta. But and it's going to always be there, and droids does have a very positive Angel Coup matchup. But not every droids player is a great droids player in the Angel Coup matchup. And unfortunately, you can counter a deck, but you still need to. A deck can counter a deck, but you still got to know how to play the deck and the matchup. Anything can lose anything in this game. If Blue gets out of his turn, he wins with the SCR, but Raymond's was good. I'm going to be honest. He does get out the turn, 1,000%, Wolfman. I'm telling you. Raymond's isn't going to push it here. He's not going to dump it. He's going to get the cards out of his opponent's hand and make it where he has EDK. I'm pretty sure he's sitting on like 4 super combos and EDK and Gigantic Meteor or something of the likes.
All right, so we're just about 3 seconds left into this round, so we are going to be going into time here, and this will be turns coming down now. So just letting the players know that the stream judge is just letting them know we are into turns. And now, in your expertise, how do we finish this game out here in turns?
In turns, we got to play for time, unfortunately. Right? No one likes that, but that's just how we do it. And you got to get that damage. You got to push that damage here. It's not about putting your opponent to 0 anymore. That's not the win condition anymore. The win condition is have more life than your opponent and or have more battle cards on the field. Mm-hmm. So if you can amass a board state here and in the same breath, taking away Raymond's board state, Vegeta can win this if he can deal at least 1 damage. Mm-hmm. Now, dealing that 1 damage against this deck is going to be a lot easier said than done. He could. The problem is he's at 3. He cannot dump it with the double striker anymore. And there's the Zeno. So there's the board state. Check, right? That's 1 step board state. Blue peel-off chain technically will give him board state, but Raymond just has to deal 1 damage at that point, right? So, hey, guys, let's not forget the 9-drop. And if Raymond stays at 3 and our Vegeta player does do the peel-off loop to build up a board, all Raymond has to do is pay 9, go back to 4, and then he automatically wins in time. Now the key is getting his turn back here. And it does seem like respectfully that these guys are playing fast. The Vegeta player looks like he's moving fast. He's trying his best. He doesn't want to time scum as VG Time ironically said he would. So they do turns and time. Yes, sir.
Yep, so it is 3 turns or 5 minutes of overtime. That's why you see them moving a little bit quicker than they normally would.
It helps that they have a judge hovering over them to make sure they make these plays a lot faster. So there you go. Raymond is going to get a turn here, 1,000%. As I said, he's building up a board. 1-drop peel-off, pick up a 10K. Raymond gets a turn here, right here. Look, already untapping. Honestly, if he slams the 9-drop, there's about 3 minutes left on the clock. He's still got a game to play. It's not over yet, but if he has been hoarding or sculpting that 9-drop into his hand here, it's a done deal. And I'm going to be honest, guys, you know, time or not, Raymond definitely had this game a little handily. I will say it's hard to know because the guy had to make these type of plays that maybe he wouldn't have wanted to. He missed his window. He had a window when Raymond decided to go to 2 life to play the double striker. And unfortunately, he charged 1, and I guess he didn't see the other one or didn't want to risk and take the chance. But honestly, I would have, because I know I'm not going to win the following turn because he's going to pass with 20 open. Therefore, let me take the chance while I can, while you're at 2, because I know the 9-drop exists. So once you go to 3, it's out of reach. So... And here's an 8-drop Broly, not the 9-drop Broly. Or maybe he doesn't have it. But the 9-drop Broly is pretty good at dealing that 1 damage. Oh, he already went down to 2. I looked away for 2 seconds. All right, there we go. So Raymond technically can win this game in 2 minutes. But I don't think Raymond's going to take the full 2 minutes of his turn, right?
No, I definitely don't think that would be the correct course of
His
action here.
his hand is a little low. He has about 6 cards in hand. Maybe he goes for game here. Pop Fidel. I would assume by him not. Yeah, go swing a lead every time. 45. Give me 3 cards, 2 cards, 4 cards, please, and thank you. 3 left. Then Randall goes to 2 and then goes for game, and vice versa. Randall will swing his face and go to 2 for game. Oh, for sure. I think Raymond is probably gonna pass turn here. He killed the Fidel. If he really wanted to go for game, he would have killed the 10K combo. Not. He's thinking, assuming I'm gonna give him another turn, and I can't let him have the Fidel. Blue might just run away. He has to deal a damage, man. Blue's at 2 life. Green is at 3. He has to. Oh, you know how he runs away with it here? If he has the double striker. He double strikers. Raymond might dump here. He might dump here. I don't know. His hand looks very not dumpable. But if the guy has the double striker, Goku SCR for blue. You're right. He can dump and put Raymond to 1, and then he wins by board state. But the thing is, blue doesn't have a lot of cards to combo with. I think Raymond's going to go for the dump here, right? Nope. Oh, he passed turn. 30 seconds left. That's time. Doesn't even matter. He doesn't even get to swing. Unfortunately. I don't think Raymond slow played him there. I don't think either. I think both of them played very fast. Does he have the double striker? I can't tell.
Yep, I think our clock is just about a couple of seconds left off there, but we are about to see the judge call time, and then there is the time call there.
This is painful to watch.
Yep.
He did have the 9 drop, so maybe he just drew it.
Yeah.
But he did have it. He could have wiped the board and healed to 4. Either way, there it is, right? That's the game.
Yep, that is the game indeed, and that is what this is what happens, right? So,
all right, guys, see you in a bit. Raymond won. Raymond won.
Yep.
No,
So-
we did.
So yeah, that was the game. So very interesting there.
Right.
Random's able to get it in the end there,
For sure.
just by establishing that board presence, and because that time, those time rules, being able to have more bodies on the board just allows you to win the game there outright.
Correct.
So he did play that strategy you mentioned, that stall droids, getting into that late game, using those 9 drops efficiently when he could,
Right.
if he had it, and also using that 8 drop. We saw the 8 drop put in a lot more work there.
Right. Yes, for sure. So you guys are asking why did Raymond slow play? I don't believe he did. Did the Vegeta player move his hands faster? For sure. Raymond was thinking about his play line there, and it wasn't about eating up the clock. Quite frankly, he could have just slammed the 9 drop, went to 4 life, and it really would have been a done deal. And that's what you could call that slow playing. I think he gave his opponent a chance. He played the 8 drop, played to the board, tried to swing at his leader, killed the Videl. And once he killed the Videl, it implied that he was going to pass his turn. Raymond doesn't have a clock in front of him to know that there's 30 seconds left. There's no announcement here behind his guys. He just, hey, here you go. So.
Yep. So definitely, still a good play.
Right. He played the game as he should correctly. Yep. Clean
Yep.
win for sure.
For sure. So Raymond is going to be going up. I just will have to double check and see if we actually have one more round.
We might have one more round, guys. Raymond did not win. He is X1. We have to check to see if there is another guy. If the down pair won, we've been stuck with you guys here, enjoying our time with y'all, so we're not quite sure what's going on in the real world just yet. So.
Yep. So once we confirm that, we will be back and we will have what is going to be the final round. I definitely think,
1,000%.
we're going to see a boo for sure. It's going to be.
Might be a boo. It's definitely going to be a boo because there was a boo Mira and they were undefeated. So we're going to see at least one boo for sure.
And Jamal, I'm going to actually have you back for the last round there because chat seems to love you and you're going
I
well.
love them too, trolls and all. So
so we're going to have you back for sure for that last round there, and we get to learn a little bit more. So for the people at home, what deck do you want to see? If it's not boo, what deck do you want to see come out on top?
To come out on top, personally, Diamond Vegeta. But in the same breath, Diamond Vegeta. I can't lie. I can't fuck the funk. I love the deck. I think the leader's great. It got a lot of cool tools. new toys to play with, the promo, the 5-drop. The leader is always like it's one card away, and we know that feeling, right? Anything that's not meta because I'm delusional, it's the same, right? I don't care about the meta stuff. I just care about what I like, and I like what I like.
Yep, that is
So
true. All right, so guys, we are going to take a little break. We're going to get some water and stuff like that.
let's
We'll be back for that final round if there is one. If not, we're going to close off and then go into the wrap up. All right, so stay
let's
safe, stay hydrated, and we'll
see
be
you
right
guys
back.
in a bit. Right?
What is up, guys? We are back. So, we got some good information here. So, that was actually the last round of the tournament. And to no surprise, to our dismay, unfortunately, Boo was able to take it. So, the down pair ended up losing there, and Boo winning this regional here.
Right. So congrats to the guy. I know the guy. If it's, I don't know which one won. So let me not say that. I will say whichever one of those players won. They're great players. Boo was a great deck. Are we surprised?
No.
Let me ask you that for referral. Are we surprised? And I don't think we are. We knew it was going to be Angel Cool. We knew it was going to be Boo. Boo got some cool toys and stuff to play with too. And that deck is questionably, arguably broken. So, but Boo takes it. And to our dismay, I know people were asking Bandai a lot, hey, can we get a ban list? Whatever their reasonings are, there were a lot of decks in top 8.
Yes.
And
So a lot of the decks, so Boo obviously being the prevalent one in that top 8 there. So for people who are probably wondering what happened in that last round, Boo versus Boo was at table 1. So it definitely was going to be a Boo on top. I believe the table 2 was a Halo Coup versus Vegeta Mini. If someone can correct me, I'm wrong. You guys will see the deck list and everything on the socials later, I believe on Monday.
yes.
But yeah, it was Boo was pretty much almost
Technically,
guaranteed.
right. So because of the down pair loss, it was a Boo versus Boo in a technically at table 1.
Yep.
And basically the down pair losing implied Boo was going to win the tournament. So, yeah, there's no top cut today, unfortunately.
Yep.
Which means I do have to leave you guys after already coming here. But,
Yeah, it's okay, but no, you're definitely. We love the energy. Everybody in chat loves you. It's been a pleasure to have you
same.
here with me
Thanks
as
for
well.
having me. A pleasure to be on this with you.
Speaking of, do you have any shout outs? Because I know you have a team for yourself as well. So
sure.
if you want to shout out anybody, go ahead and do so.
Yeah, look, like I said earlier, shout out Carta. Shout out. I'm sorry, they're making announcements right now. So I just got confirmation Boo did win. And a funny story, Swan Song story, Underdog, the guy just picked the deck up last night.
Yeah.
He told me, we met last at Nats, he told me today, he said, guys, I just picked it up yesterday. I played 5 games with it. And he's like, I didn't draw. I played 4 of the double strike. This is this quick story. I was playing 4 of the double strike, testing the games in the hotel room. And he said he didn't see it at all. 4 double strikes. He's like, I hope this doesn't happen tomorrow. And apparently it didn't happen. He drew all the double strikes he needed. So I just want to say, now that y'all know Boo won, I do want to shout out Carta. They did a great job. They ran a lot of different events today, guys. A lot. It wasn't just Fusion World. It wasn't Masters. Union Arena going, Digimon going. They were holding it down. So, shout out to them. I know we have our trepidations, but trust, show the love, please, and thank you, guys. If not, we wouldn't have events, right? So, shout out to my man's here. He's been holding it down for y'all all day long.
Yep,
You know what I
yep,
mean?
thank you,
All
thank you.
weekend long, he's been here holding it down for y'all. And just show that love, man. It's easy to hate. It's easy to criticize. But it ain't easy to be in these seats. You know what I mean? So just respect to the people who are doing it and trying their best. Because at the end of the day, that's all we could do is try our best.
Yes,
And
for
as
sure.
long as we do that, everything else is Gucci. Now, I want to shout out my teammates. I want to shout out Dimension Magic Games, our store as well, our team, Dimension Magic Gaming. We are on Discord. Hit me up on Facebook, Jamal Hart, H-A-R-T. Yeah, I'll take the invites to any requests. You guys want to rock with us? We're good players. We play all types of games. We always are talking shop. We embrace everybody, but definitely hit us up. Give us a follow on YouTube, Dimension Magic Games. We're posting content weekly, right? We're out here content and more games coming soon. It's definitely not just going to be Masters. I want to shout out Raymond. I want to shout out Daniel, a couple of my teammates, Max, Bobby, Miguel, even our newer teammates. We have Will, we have Briar.
Sounds like a whole slew of
It's a
everything.
squad. It's a squad, and I know I forgot a name or two just now, and you're going to have to forgive me, but bright lights in the big city. So,
And where can people find you next? If you're not on socials, what next event do you think you're
y'all
gonna be
can
at?
catch me. Y'all catch me in Dallas 2 weeks. Mesquite, right? To be specific, I'll be down there playing Masters in Fusion World as well. And honestly, if they do a stream and they want me back, I'll be more than willing to commentate as well down there. don't know the logistics of that event, so I can't make any promises for anyone that I can't keep.
Eh,
But
Yep, for sure. And one of the best parts is, guys, if you haven't been to one of these events, because I do know people who are newer to the game, if you haven't been to a regional or any one of these big events, make sure you guys go out, support the TOs that are doing all of this as well,
Right.
because without them, we don't have these events. And it's a great time. You get to
Right.
meet a lot of people in the community, get to interact, you get to meet people like Jamal as well, and stuff like that. So, make sure you guys check that out. And for any of the games that have been played today, make sure you guys check out the Carta Magica socials. They will have everything as well. Hopefully, the next time we have an event here, I can get Jamal up here.
for
So,
sure, hopefully, yeah, I look
yeah,
forward to that. Also, let's shout out Eisen. He's
yep,
been rocking with us in the chat, at
yep,
least for me, for the last, hour, right? Whatever we've been here. Shout out Eisen. He a real one
yep,
holding it down.
yep.
So, but definitely, again, man, like he said, come out to these events. It's a good time. It's always love. There's never issues. People are very supporting. Are there any Bardaks in top 16? Bardak. Black? No, I'm sorry, man. Dream's dead. Maybe next time.
But yeah, once we see the list, those lists will go up probably within the next 48 hours.
For sure.
You'll see all the lists there. Hopefully that Bardock was able to sneak in and still was X1, but who knows? But we're going to wrap it up here for guys. Thank you for hanging
sure.
out with me for
Thanks
these
for
last
having
couple of
me.
rounds.
Yep.
And we're going to wrap it up here from Niagara Falls. Make sure you guys stay safe, stay hydrated,
Yep.
and we'll catch you in the
Peace
next
and
one.
love, guys. Peace and love. Much love to everybody.